Our father always told us about Kunyuari, the Thai diviner who changed his life, when she divined for him and said, "Go back home. The spiritual path you're looking for is there." Everything she said came true, from vivid details about the house we would live in, the kind of children he would have, women he would marry, and his past as a Voodoo priest all came to life. I met her for the first time when I was 10 years old. She read my palms and told me, "You will become a spiritualist one day." At the time, I wasn't practicing Voodoo, so I was very excited. Years passed and we lost contact. But last year, we found her again through Facebook. Last year, my father also lost the Luangpur talisman she made for him over 35 years ago, and I knew I had to go get it back. And so I booked the next flight to Thailand. 3 hours into the countryside with my Thai Ghanaian cousin Sam, we reached her shrine. She introduced us to Thai prayers, taught us how to honor their spirits properly, including how to dress for them, and led us through a sacred water ritual at her Payanak shrine. Payanak is a water serpent deity with 9 heads that is one of the patron spirits of Thailand. I was so surprised to realize its similarities with Mami Wata and Ewe Vodu traditions. She showed us a ritual I'll never forget. We prayed, placed the bowls in the water, and she said, "Wait, the bowls will return to you." So I wasn't sure how that would be possible, but slowly the bowls started moving on their own, floating back to us. Even Kunyuari surprised, all 50 bowls floated back to us. She told us it was a sign that Luangpur and Payanak welcomed and accepted us. She also gave me a new talisman, one for my father and one for myself. And I was reminded yet again that spirit recognizes spirit wherever it may be.
Come to do a ritual. Kunyuari will do a ritual and then for the fat to talk pray also.
Our father always told us about Kunyuari, the Thai diviner who changed his life, when she divined for him and said, "Go back home. The spiritual path you're looking for is there." Everything she said came true, from vivid details about the house we would live in, the kind of children he would have, women he would marry, and his past as a Voodoo priest all came to life. I met her for the first time when I was 10 years old. She read my palms and told me, "You will become a spiritualist one day." At the time, I wasn't practicing Voodoo, so I was very excited. Years passed and we lost contact. But last year, we found her again through Facebook. Last year, my father also lost the Luangpur talisman she made for him over 35 years ago, and I knew I had to go get it back. And so I booked the next flight to Thailand. 3 hours into the countryside with my Thai Ghanaian cousin Sam, we reached her shrine. She introduced us to Thai prayers, taught us how to honor their spirits properly, including how to dress for them, and led us through a sacred water ritual at her Payanak shrine. Payanak is a water serpent deity with 9 heads that is one of the patron spirits of Thailand. I was so surprised to realize its similarities with Mami Wata and Ewe Vodu traditions. She showed us a ritual I'll never forget. We prayed, placed the bowls in the water, and she said, "Wait, the bowls will return to you." So I wasn't sure how that would be possible, but slowly the bowls started moving on their own, floating back to us. Even Kunyuari surprised, all 50 bowls floated back to us. She told us it was a sign that Luangpur and Payanak welcomed and accepted us. She also gave me a new talisman, one for my father and one for myself. And I was reminded yet again that spirit recognizes spirit wherever it may be.
Come to do a ritual. Kunyuari will do a ritual and then for the fat to talk pray also.
Our father always told us about Kunyuari, the Thai diviner who changed his life, when she divined for him and said, "Go back home. The spiritual path you're looking for is there." Everything she said came true, from vivid details about the house we would live in, the kind of children he would have, women he would marry, and his past as a Voodoo priest all came to life. I met her for the first time when I was 10 years old. She read my palms and told me, "You will become a spiritualist one day." At the time, I wasn't practicing Voodoo, so I was very excited. Years passed and we lost contact. But last year, we found her again through Facebook. Last year, my father also lost the Luangpur talisman she made for him over 35 years ago, and I knew I had to go get it back. And so I booked the next flight to Thailand. 3 hours into the countryside with my Thai Ghanaian cousin Sam, we reached her shrine. She introduced us to Thai prayers, taught us how to honor their spirits properly, including how to dress for them, and led us through a sacred water ritual at her Payanak shrine. Payanak is a water serpent deity with 9 heads that is one of the patron spirits of Thailand. I was so surprised to realize its similarities with Mami Wata and Ewe Vodu traditions. She showed us a ritual I'll never forget. We prayed, placed the bowls in the water, and she said, "Wait, the bowls will return to you." So I wasn't sure how that would be possible, but slowly the bowls started moving on their own, floating back to us. Even Kunyuari surprised, all 50 bowls floated back to us. She told us it was a sign that Luangpur and Payanak welcomed and accepted us. She also gave me a new talisman, one for my father and one for myself. And I was reminded yet again that spirit recognizes spirit wherever it may be.
Come to do a ritual. Kunyuari will do a ritual and then for the fat to talk pray also.
Our father always told us about Kunyuari, the Thai diviner who changed his life, when she divined for him and said, "Go back home. The spiritual path you're looking for is there." Everything she said came true, from vivid details about the house we would live in, the kind of children he would have, women he would marry, and his past as a Voodoo priest all came to life. I met her for the first time when I was 10 years old. She read my palms and told me, "You will become a spiritualist one day." At the time, I wasn't practicing Voodoo, so I was very excited. Years passed and we lost contact. But last year, we found her again through Facebook. Last year, my father also lost the Luangpur talisman she made for him over 35 years ago, and I knew I had to go get it back. and so I booked the next flight to Thailand. 3 hours into the countryside with my Thai Ghanaian cousin Sam, we reached her shrine. She introduced us to Thai prayers, taught us how to honor their spirits properly, including how to dress for them, and led us through a sacred water ritual at her Payanak shrine. Payanak is a water serpent deity with 9 heads that is one of the patron spirits of Thailand. I was so surprised to realize its similarities with Mami Wata and Ewe Vodu traditions. She showed us a ritual I'll never forget. We prayed, placed the bowls in the water, and she said, wait, the bowls will return to you. So I wasn't sure how that would be possible, but slowly the bowls started moving on their own, floating back to us. Even Kunyuari surprised, all 50 bowls floated back to us. She told us it was a sign that Wampu and Payanak welcomed and accepted us. She also gave me a new talisman, one for my father and one for myself. And I was reminded yet again that spirit recognizes spirit wherever it may be.
This is come to do a ritual. Kunyuari will do a ritual and then for the fat to pray also.
They say this is poison. Don't drink it, or this plant is poisonous. Don't eat it. And you went and fast and pray and you ate it, you will die. It's not going to say because you fast or you believe in Jesus Christ or you believe in any God, you eat me, you will not die. Unless you have another antidote protection against that particular thing, it will kill you. Nature does not forgive. It's only in religion that people tell you that, oh, you can do bad thing or do anything, then you will be forgiven. Why, if you harm or you cause harm to me, you cause harm to me, why do you go to somebody else to beg for forgiveness? Is it not me you have to come to and ask for forgiveness? And if I forgive you, then I know that it is you and I who have dealt with our misunderstanding. But then here the religious people tell you that, oh, you can do anything wrong to Mr. Joe, then you go to Mr. Samuel to go and ask for forgiveness. It does not happen. Nature doesn't forgive. So be aware, and every action that you take, remember that you will surely have to get the reaction. Bokor, can you get me my charger, because this one is almost dead. We have a Tonya on Clubhouse, and we have a Ifagbe. Let me see, Ifagbemi, Ifarino, also on the. You are all welcome to African Magic Temple ReVodution Voodoo live streaming question and answer section. Thank you very much. If you have any questions to ask, please, you can raise your hand and they will connect you and you can ask your question. Thank you very much for coming. Look, I'm coming. I think. Yeah. Okay. We are okay now. Here, it's charging. Great. So DJA, nature does not forgive. So beware of your actions. Every action you take, knowingly, even unknowingly, once you take the action, there is always a reaction. And then DJA, when does karma pays people with strong spiritual protection, it will pay everybody equally. There's no, you cannot escape karma. You cannot escape what things you do. You must be very much aware that whatever you plant is what you reap. So whether you have a strong spiritual protection or not, karma will definitely deal with you at its own right time. And then DJ, is it right to attack people who attack you spiritually? Yes and no. Because people who attack you spiritually, how do you know them? You cannot know them. So if you say you are going to attack them, you may be attacking the innocent person. So it is better not to attack. Yes, it is okay to attack the people if you know who is attacking you. But the best attack is to protect yourself from attacks that are coming to you. That's the best attack. So when people attack you, it reflects or bounce back to them. So you have not taken any action. So because when we were practicing Tantra Yoga, we were made to understand that in this world, whatever action we take, we will definitely get its reaction. So when we are going to take any action, we should be very mindful of our actions. So to avoid reactions, then don't take any action. But make sure you are protected in such a way that if people are taking certain negative actions against you, it will bounce back to them, and then you are not culpable of that. And this is what the Ewe call hamku. If you try to destroy me without me knowing, but I am totally protected, and the missile that you send to me bounces back to you and destroys you, it is not I who killed you, so I cannot be held responsible for that action because I did not take any action. I probably even didn't know you were attacking me. So hamku menye ejodu ameo. If you try to destroy me and it bounces back to you, I am not culpable and I cannot be held responsible for that. It was your action that has reflected or rebound to you. So DJ, that is it. And then DJ, when you were traveling, the attack from people, when you were traveling, the world learning, did you have it, when you were traveling the world learning, did you have it in mind that you will one day teach like this? It has always been my dream. And when I was building African Magic Temple, my gallery today used to be my living room when I came back from Japan. But when I moved away from that house, it's my house. But when I moved away from that house into a new house, I have already dedicated that I was going to make that place one day as a place to teach and this. But I had always been teaching. Even when I was in training in India, after my training, I stayed in the training center for another 6 months to teach my junior ones what my teachers taught me at the school, because it was good for it was because I was a classroom teacher at one time in my life, so I could break things down for people to understand. I was even teaching Sanskrit language, which was an old language of the Hindus or India, or one of the oldest languages in the world. I learned it. I was during our test at the training center, I was the best student that came out of that Sanskrit. So later I had to teach Sanskrit to my junior ones, and also the other Tantra lessons that our master has taught us. So I had always been a teacher. So I knew that one day I will be teaching. But then I'll be teaching what I learned, but I did not know which form it would take. Because that time there was no social media. There wasn't anything like a social media whereby I'm going to be reaching the whole world. I was thinking that I was going to be like a sit down and students will come and sit in front of me and ask questions. Then I will explain things to them. But that's exactly what I am doing today, but it's on a different kind of platform, because now social media has come and people far and near can be reached, which is a very wonderful thing. Yeah, so I had always known that I was going to teach what I have learned around the world. Yeah, but the form that it would be is what I didn't know. Yeah, because when we were in India, our teachers used to sit on a kind of a platform, like a table like this, and then we, the students, will sit down, and then we ask questions, and they teach us, and there's a blackboard. They will teach certain things and go to the board and teach. So that's the form that I knew, and I thought that was what I was going to do. But here I am in the comfort of an air condition and with all this here, and I'm teaching. So yes, I knew I was going to be teaching what I learned, but I didn't know it would take this form, because as I said earlier, there was nothing like social media at that time. Even that time, the internet was not yet discovered or has not been made public. The internet had always been there, but people did not discover or make it public. It was mainly used for military communication. Yeah. Thank you very much for that beautiful question. And then DJ said, as a spiritualist, do you get attacked from people just because they want to test your strength or for other reasons? I believe so. I believe so. Not only because they want to test my strength or anything. It's just some people may not like you. You might not have done anything to them, and it is natural. People may just hate you for who you are and what you are. And people may try to, if they cannot physically do anything to you, they would either mudsling you, give you bad name, or even to the extent of going so far to spiritually attack you. I've had so many spiritual attacks I'm still having, but I'm so grateful to my ancestors and to the spirits I work with that most of the time when I do a reading, I discover it quickly and I block it. And then sometimes also it rebounded back to the people who are doing it, and I see it physically happening to them. So I am still being attacked. But for what reason I am being attacked, honestly, I cannot tell whether they are testing my strength or whatever. But the truth, as I said always, I don't have any strength. I don't have any power. I'm just as human as any of you who are watching me or around me. But what I know that maybe people who are watching me, maybe not everybody has, is that I work with spirits and I listen to the advice and directives of spirits. This is the only difference between me and other people. I don't have power. I'm not a powerful person, but I work with spirits that are invisible guides and protectors, and that's all that I can put my trust in. I put my trust in God. Yeah. So that's what it is. Thank you. And DJ went on to say that as a spiritual, do you have something you can say it's your greatest fear? Okay. One, I don't fear death. That one, I know. I'm not afraid of death. But if I have anything as the greatest fear, I would say that my fear is whether when I am gone from this world, if my children can continue this perfectly and also pass it on to their generation. And this is what I fear most. I don't want it to just end up on me and my immediate children, but I want generations, my generation yet unborn, to know this so that they can have that freedom of living life. Because knowledge, they say, is power, but some other people also say knowledge is not power, but the use of knowledge, how you use that knowledge becomes power. So there are so many people that I have met whose parents, grandparents were very powerful spiritual people or were very deep into our traditional spirituality. But today, such people are the ones in the churches looking for help from scammer pastors and all these things, who are using magical tricks and psychological tricks to make people believe that they have power. And I fear that my children's children may one day fall into that kind of situation. But I hope it does not happen, because maybe in the next 50 to 100 years from now, I believe strongly that Christianity and most religious organizations or disciplines will die off in our Africa too. Because I think, was it yesterday or 2 days ago or even today that Britain is making a law that if you are preaching Christianity or anything, they will arrest you and send you to jail for 2 years or 2 months. If you go in public and even sharing Bible, because everybody is coming to agree that these things are only psychological manipulations. And the Britons were the people, and the Europeans were the people who brought religion to Africa. And it is so much thriving, very, very highly thriving in Africa. And they are now making laws. Israel also has passed some law against Christianity some time back, that if they catch you preaching, they will jail you or whatever, or they will fine you. And Britain has also just, whether it's a law or something, there's something like that. I read it today. So in the next 50 to 100 years, I believe that our people also will come back into their real minds and will understand that you don't have to be praying to expect miracles to happen, but you have to work, do practical things, and then miracles will happen in your life. Yeah.
3 days ago.
3 days ago.
Yeah.
the breathing.
Yes, street preaching.
Street preaching has become, but here people at dawn will come and shout at under your window, whether you like it or not. You can't do anything. If the moment you complain, they say, "Oh, this is you are agent of the devil," yeah. But then Britain is now making law that street preaching and all this is now illegal. If they catch you, you will see. So DJ, thank you for those beautiful questions. And then I think you have one more question here. Said, what's the best advice you will give your students leaving you to work as priests on their own? Be honest. That's all. Be honest and be truthful to yourselves. Simple as that. There's nothing more than that. Because if you are honest, whatever you are saying, you don't need to think about it again. If they ask you the same question tomorrow, you can still say it. In 100 years' time, when they ask you the same question, you will be able to say the same thing. But if it is something that you have used lies and deceit to put together, after some time you will forget it and you will begin to think differently. And when they ask you a question, you will go against it. And that's what will be. So honesty, be honest to yourselves, and everything else will come beautifully for them. Yeah. Thank you very much for that question. Then we have Deus characters. Said, may we ask questions about the 6 cowries divination, or would you rather prefer wait until the class start? Oh no, you can ask questions. It's not 6 cowries. It is 7 cowries or 4 cowries or 8 cowries. It's not 6. So you can ask questions about them. No problem about it at all. Deus. You can ask. Just, there are some people who are not in the cowrie classes. They can also learn something from here. But then when they want to have the full lesson, then they need to join the cowrie classes. But you can ask any question here and I will answer you. And then we have Oliver Krappa. He says, so what spiritual protection can you give one against spiritual and physical attacks? There are so many. We don't just go and say, oh, come, let me give you this, come, let me give you that. I don't do that at my shrine. You should take that note of that. If you come to my shrine and tells me that you are having some challenges or you're having some spiritual attacks, I will first ask you to do a reading. When you do a reading, we will know what you were saying, whether we will ascertain the facts of what you were saying, and we will also try to determine where those attacks are or where coming from, the source. And we will also find out what should we use and do to counter what those attacks attacking you, the things, when they were coming from and how to counter them. So I don't go selling things, okay, you take this, it's protecting you from there. No, I don't do that at my shrine. Many people are selling spiritual rings and talismans on the social media, even on the streets and all this. I don't do that. I do things specifically tailored for each and every person. So when you are being attacked or this thing, it's always good to ignore people who want to attack us for no reason. I'm not telling people to ignore people who want to attack you. I never said that. What I said is that if someone is attacking you spiritually, first you must find out whether the person is actually attacking you or who is attacking you spiritually. Otherwise, you may be attacking the wrong person. For that reason, the best attack is to protect yourself. That's what I said. So I am not advocating that people will attack you and then you ignore them. What about if you die? They will live. We don't live in that kind of world. We protect ourselves so that people who attack us cannot get to us. And we don't go walking and looking around to see who is attacking us. No, because we know the things that we work with and we know the things that are around us. If any attack is coming towards us, they will alert us and we'll find solution to whatever is attacking us and get ourselves out from their grip. That's what we do at our shrine. And we don't go looking around, oh, this, if I go here, these people attack me, like how most religious people are scared that, hey, if I go here, there are so many witches here, they'll catch me. And why you cannot be, how can you be fearing the whole world? There are good people in the world and there are bad people in the world. What you need to do is protect yourself so that if you meet good people, they will like you and they'll open doors for you. Protect yourself so that when you meet bad people, whatever they will try to do to you may come to you, but it will fail. It will, not that they will not try, they will try, but they will fail. It's as simple as ABC. That's what that life is supposed to be. Yes, let's go on to, where do we go now? YouTube. Let's check. I think we see Tobe Jibezan there on, yeah, Tobe Jibezan Sosoka on YouTube. It's greetings and good day, Papa Bokor and Uledo. I hope you are doing well. Tobe Jibezan, thank you very much. We are doing well. And how are you? America Medina and Voodoo. Bokor and Uledo. Tobe Jibezan. When I say America Medina and Voodoo, which is a Woli Wofu, means one person does not just bow down. If you bow down to me, I will also bow down to you. I salute the divinity in you. Just like it is in India and Hinduism, where people say either Namaskar or Namaste, which simply means I salute the divinity in you, the divine being, the divine entity, the essence inside you. I salute it. So I have also saluted you, Tobe Jibeza. And then we have Sunshine saying good evening, Papa. How big are you making it before it's still? Bring it back. Okay. Sunshine said, good afternoon, Papa, and greetings of, is it at AMT? Thank you very much, Sunshine. And said, what does Che and Abla? Che Abla before the Kwali mean? Che Abla. What does Che and Abla before the Kwali means? I don't understand the question. There is a Kwali Che Meji and there is a Abla Meji. So when you get Che and Abla together, it will be called Che Abla. Che Abla. Say, I'm not very familiar with the story in Che Abla, but I will find it and let you know. And then before the Poli, what do you mean? We just call it Poli Che Abla. That's how we will call it. It's not like before. The Poli is the Che Abla. Well, Poli means the Odu or Afadu is also called Poli. Yeah. Che Abla. So it's a Poli Che Abla. Then Tobe Jibeza says, actually, thank you, Papa, for that explanation. Thank you to Tobe Jibeza. I'm grateful. Yeah. Another question from Tobe Jibeza. Okay, Papa, can you talk more about how Ifa came among the Ewe developed into Afa? I am very, I can say what I know. Yes, because Ewe people call Ifa Afa. And from my understanding and the stories I heard from my teachers, the Ewes have their own Voodoo, which we call Ewe. And they have their own cult. I will not say Voodoo. They have their own kind of spiritual discipline, which is Voodoo. And the same thing is in our language. Some people call it Ewe. And it is inside this Ewe that we have all the Voodoos, most of the Voodoos like Voduda, Mamiwata, Shango, Hebiaso, and all the Voodoos that come inside Ewe cosmology. That the Ewes learned Afa from the Ifa people who are the Yorubas. So the Ewes, when they are chanting and invoking the spirit of Afa, it gets to somewhere they will say, Anagope Yepe. Because Yepe means spiritual cult or spiritual discipline. So when they are chanting the name of Afa, and it gets to a point when they say Olimilaola, Olimilaola, when they are going on to that point, there's a point inside where they will say that Anagope Yere Afa is Anago. Anago in our Ewe language simply means the Yoruba. So when they say Anagope Yere, which means the spiritual discipline or the spiritual cult or the spiritual knowledge of the Anago people when they are doing Afa. But they don't mention that one inside Yewe. That's why they say that it is the Yewe of the Anago people. So that is how I know that the Ewe people at one time, whether they were living together with the Anago people or they migrated and joined them together, they learned the Anago people's Yewe and add it to their own. That's why, when you do Voji, the pointers in Afa, when you are mixing them, we mention all the Meijis. Bemeji, Yekumeji, Olimeji, Dimeji, Loso, Meji, Wali, Meji. These words are all Yoruba people's words. They are not Ewe because there is no language in Ewe who calls. There's no Ewe dialect that calls double Meji. Meji is only a Yoruba word for double. So this shows that the Ewes at one time were with the Yorubas and they learned from the Yorubas. And when we mix the Voji, we sometimes say, await the effect, which means you are the one who has gone into God, or you are the one who has gone into the land of the gods by this thing, and await the effect, which as sometimes people say await the effect, which was one of the main spiritual capitals of the Yoruba culture of Ife. Yeah. So you will say that even today, the Ewes will say, wait the fe, which simply means you have come back from Ife. So there is so much relationship between the Ewe people in our culture, even our language, and in our spiritual culture. The Yorubas and the Ewes have met somewhere along the way. Thank you very much for that, Tomiti Besa.
Yes,
It's another more question. Tomiti Besa again?
yes.
Yes. Tomiti Besa went on to ask what are some of the ways one can use the Aziza dwarfs in one's work? Okay, the Aziza or the dwarfs, as it is called in English, we call them Aziza, or in my Ewe dialect, we call it Adiekwe. Adiekwe. I think that's one name, and it's another name apart from Aziza, Adiekwe, and Betodela. They have some, the name came but just escaped me. Aziza is the most common name, but in my dialect it's called Adiekwe. Adiekwe. You just work with them the same way you work with every spirit. If you know the incantation of the dwarf you are dealing with, you invoke the dwarf while you are pouring libation and give it an errand, give it a task to accomplish or do for you. And if you are able to give it that task and it accomplishes it, then you know that you have gotten a spirit, or the Aziza is listening to you, or the Adiekwe is listening to you. I'm trying to remember the another name for Aziza. No, that is a particular Aziza. Agekitiboso, which is Obubuyaya, is only one particular Aziza. But there are so many different types of Aziza. And you need to know which one you are dealing with and know it's an incantation. Okay, so the another name for Aziza in Ewe is Age. Age. So Age is another name for Aziza. One is Adiekwe, Aziza, or Age. But most of the time, people who are teaching about Age, they are people who, most of them are scammers. Let me be straightforward. And they put things inside their tongues or in their mouth and they blow things, and then they say it's Age, is talking. It is not correct. But there are correct Ages, Azizans, or Adiepwes. When they meet you, you will know. As I had said before, I had met the Azizan long before I even grew up to become a spiritualist. And there was a day I woke up in the morning and my mother picked I think I was sick. I became sick for many, many months. And my mother picked some straws from my head. I woke up in the morning and my mother pulled some straws out of my hair. And then my mother told me that, oh, the dwarves have visited you. Because my mother was also spiritual. Her mother, her father, they were, or my grandfather, my grandparents were also spiritual. So my mother also had some idea. So when she pulled this thing out of my hair, she said the dwarves have visited me. It is possible that maybe those dwarves that have visited me, that made me to be alive, I don't know, because I was seriously sick at the point of death, but then I survived. So to work with Aziza, once the Aziza is introduced to you and you invoke it and you can feel its energy, direct it, give it a task, and also make a pledge. One thing I have come to understand is that when you are ordering spirits to do something for you, you should also tell them that you will do something to thank them if they do what you ask them to do. If they carry out the task very well, you too, you will say thank you to them. That is what I have come to realize. So when you are working with Aziza, just make sure you also give in something. Don't take things just for free. That no, they just working. Even our telephone, if you are using it and you don't recharge it, it will die off. So it is with everything in life. Even if there is God, I think human beings will do something to say thank you if God does anything for you. But in today's world, the pastor becomes God, so he takes the thing on behalf of the God and chop it for you, which is okay for those people who want to be that line. So that's how you deal with us. And then Tobias Jibezan went on, Soka went on, say, Papa, what can you teach or share about Ajapa? I don't have Ajapa Voodoo. I don't have Ajapa Voodoo. I know people who have Ajapa Voodoo, which is actually crocodile. I think that is the one the Yorubas call Oloku. Ajapa. The Eves call it Ajapa. And I don't have any Ajapa Voodoo, so there is nothing I can share about it, because what I don't have and I don't know about, I don't teach about, because you may ask me a question which I will not know how to answer because I don't know. So I don't know about Ajapa. I know people who have had Ajapa. I've worked with people who have had Ajapa Voodoo, which is the crocodile. But I personally, I do not have Ajapa. And I have not worked with any Ajapa Voodoo personally. So I don't know what to share about it. And then Taweji Bezan Siseoka went on to say, thank you for sharing, Papa. In my experience, I'm seeing that a lot of the traditional ways of Ifa have been maintained and preserved within the Ewe, Afa, and Fa. Thank you for what you have shared. Yes, I think the Ewes, because they have learned it from somewhere, they need to preserve it. Because if they don't preserve it, then they lose it, because their children's children will not have to, they will not know how to retrace their roots to go and learn from who again. Maybe at that place too, it will be adulterated and it may not be the same anymore. So the Ewes have tried as much as possible to make a Afa more spiritual than religious. That's what I would say. And we at African Magic Temple, we follow more the spiritual aspect of Afa or Ifa than the religious aspect of worshiping and dancing and all this. We don't do that very much. But once in a while, when we are in good mood, we dance. There are certain shrines that you hear that the spirits say they should play drum for them. And people will start playing drum the whole day and people will be dancing. And there are certain shrines they'll say, oh, the spirits say they should do prayer or worshiping. We don't have that at African Magic Temple. We are more of a spiritual shrine than a religious shrine. So, thank you very much for all those beautiful questions, Dr. I'm grateful. Okay, so we are on. We are now first time coming on TikTok, right?
Yes.
Okay, we are now on TikTok, and we have a DN Christian DC1 saying it's okay. Thank you very much for joining the section there, DN Chris DC1. And then Daniel Winger 489. Is it 489? He said, oh, it's okay now. I think they were talking about the sound. And then DN says DN Christ or Dan Chris DC saying afternoon to you. And I said Dan Chris CD said we can hear. And then we have Dan Chris say, please, your sound is not coming. I think that was earlier. Yes. And then we have Patricia Kabbalist saying, good day, sir. Can't hear your voice. Okay, I think those were the first things that happened earlier. And then we have on Clubhouse, we have a Randall who just joined in, and Ifa Baby is still here with us. Yeah, thank you both for being here. We are grateful. If you have some questions to ask, please you can ask questions and we will answer you from here. And then we have Uwabi saying, good evening, family. Hello, Uwabi. How are you? Thank you very much for waiting and listening. And then we have Agbe Vivi saying apologies for the audio issue. Please confirm if you can hear now. Good, that's my technical manager, it's Bokor. And then we have Nana Kojo Boatin or Nana Kojo Boachi saying good evening, Father. Hello, Nana Kojo. Good evening to you. And again, it was Nana Kojo Boachi. And then we have Engineer Graham Kojo J. Nyami Wilberforce in Hungary. There is a greetings, Papa and AMT. Hello, Kojo. How are you? Thank you very much there. That's my son in Hungary. And then Engineer Graham KG will say happy birthday. Yes, today is the birthday of Bokor Celestino Kofi Mawena Voncujovi, my chief priest. He is the one who is doing most of the divination for all of you. Today he is 18 years old, and I am wishing him more years and more wisdom so that he can be there tomorrow and every time to continue helping people around the world. This is birthday today, the 6th of April. Yeah, thank you very much, Kojo, for the birthday wishes to Kofi. I'm very grateful. And then we have Abdul Fattah say, please, I need to prophecy. I'm very sorry, we are not in church here. If you want to make prophecy, go and form a platform where you can be prophesizing. I don't prophesy here. I'm not a pastor. Okay? I don't believe in any prophecy. Thank you. And then Abdul Fattah said, please pray for me, please. Yes, we've prayed for everybody. Thank you very much. And then we have Mwabi saying, I saw this emblem on the wall on my dream last night, but without a bangle and cowries. Okay. Our logo. I don't know what that would mean. That means you are only seeing the, you say without the bangle and cowries. Is it the axe that you saw? Or you are seeing the invented triangles? One be you have to be without the bangle and the cowries. So maybe the axe and invented triangles that people are misunderstanding that the Star of David. It's not a Star of David. We don't have any link with David. Thank you very much. And then we have our big sister, Luna Nicole, say, blessing Papa and AMT family. I'm grateful to join today's section. Thank you very much, big sister Luna. We are very grateful to you. And then we have Wilson Kofi. Say, I remember I saw you on Spinters Road when I came to Ghana. Yes, we are on the Spinters Road. Maybe you saw very well. That's true. We are on the Spinters Road in Accra. Thank you very much, Wilson Kofi. And then we have Mr. Alote Awochi. So where are you located, Papa? Mr. Alote, we are on the Spinters Road in the Greater Accra region. On Spinters Road, and you can get us at the Coastal Bus Stop. Yeah, I think that's where you can easily get us. And then we have Lady G. Say greetings, Daddy. Hello, Lady G. Thank you very much for joining the section. I hope you and your loved ones are fine. Then we have Kokoro, you say at Mr. Alote Awochi, Spinters African Magic Temple. Thank you very much, Kokoro, for that direction. And then Mr. Alote Awochi say at Kokoro, thank you. And then Mr. Alote Awochi say at Kokoro, Spinters Square, please. And then we are on the Spinters Road around the Coastal Bus Stop, directly opposite Freddy's Corner. But if you want to come to the shrine, you cannot just walk in and we will attend to you. You need to book an appointment. I don't attend to people who just walk in. If you ask to meet me, then you need to set up an appointment. Thank you. And then Mr. Alote Awochi sent us a rose flower ×1, and he again sent us another rose flower ×2. Thank you very much. And then Kokolo was saying, hello, Baba. Hello, Amina. How are you? Thank you very much for joining the section. I'm grateful. Please, if you have any questions to ask me, you can. I'm grateful for this. Thank you. And I will use this opportunity to wish my son, Bokor Kofi Celestino. He was initiated into Ifa at the tender age of 5 years old. And now today he's 18 years old. So for the past 13 years, he's been learning Afa, and to this day, he has really become part of Fa, that he knows the stories, and his hands are very good with the Okpele and the Gumaga, and when he casts a divination for you, you will know that you have come to the right place. I wish him long life, more wisdom along his way in life, and all that life brings, all the good things in life, I wish for him. And then we have Kokoro saying hello, Baba. And then one say, yes, Papa acts with those triangles. Okay, maybe it could be coming from our this year, or maybe you have seen something somewhere, or it is a different thing that is being sent to you. Yeah, thank you very much, Wandi. I'm grateful. Then we have I'm going to be putting African Magic Temple's location and contact number there again, and also explaining that it is opposite Freddy's Corner. You can contact African Magic Temple, and the number is there. And then I have Mabina, who is here. Hello, how are you? Are you home? Or you are still at work? Hope you are fine. Thank you very much for joining the section. Maybe I'll see you during the week. I will come to your workplace during the week. Thank you very much, Madina. I'm grateful. And then I have Ms. Halote. I want you to say thank you, Papa. You are grateful. I'm grateful. Thank you. You are very, very much welcome. Thank you very much. And then we have Dick Francis. He said, hello, Baba. Hello, Dick. Is it Dick or DK?
Dick.
DK Francis. Okay, if it's an African way, we will call you DK. If it is the English way, we'll call you Dick or Dixon. Okay, thank you. Anyway, I will call you DK Francis. Hello, Baba. Hello, how are you, DK? Thank you very much for joining. And then we have CT. Say hello from Texas. Voodoo extends beyond Benin, Togo to Ghana. How far beyond Ghana does it go? CT, this question, I don't know how to answer it. Is it the word voodoo that has been adulterated into voodoo or voodoo? It's an Ewe word for spirit. It's just a simple Ewe and 4 word for spirit. The reason why most people are calling voodoo, because the 4 language has a nasal tonation. The 4 language has a nasal tonation. So instead of saying voodoo, they say voodoo. Whereas our Ewe dialect in Togo, part of Togo closer to Ghana, and in Ghana, we don't have that nasal tonation in our dialect. So we say Voodoo, V-O-D-U. Voodoo is the same thing that somebody will call voodoo. And because the way it's spelled in voodoo, in in Togo or in Haiti and other places in diaspora, because they have added the French language. It is being spelled in the French way, because V-O-U is vous in French. But we will spell it only V-O, vous. And even there are some dialects, even dialects, they even spelled it Vedu, V-E-D-U, which is the same. So wherever you are in the world and people dealing with spirit, They are dealing with voodoo. So it is not a question whether it is straight beyond any country. Every country in the world, whether white people, yellow people, green people, blue people, if they have anything dealing with spirit, we the Ewes will call it voodoo. So it is not beyond any country. It is everywhere. They may not call it voodoo because they will call it in their language. But as long as and so long as it is a traditional African spirituality, it is voodoo in every language. Thank you very much, City. And then we have Kokoro. He said, Bokor Kofi, congratulations. So I'll tell him, thank you. He's not here now. He's busy in the kitchen. So he's not here now. So, but I'll tell him, thank you very much, Kokoro, Aminande. Thank you. Okay, Tabe Jigbezan came up again and said, Jigbezan Nawo Bokor Kofi. That is very true. Yes, I think the Ewe is coming. Yes, because the word Jigbezan means birthday. So you are saying happy birthday to Kofi in Ewe. Jigbezan Nawo Bokor Kofi. Akpe. Akpe Tabe Jigbezan Sesoka. Akpe. Say, may the ancestors and Voodoo continue to heal, guide, bless, and protect you on your journey. Thank you for all you have done, and will do in your lifetime. Toby Jigbeza, I salute you. I'm very grateful for those beautiful words for Bokor Kofi. I'm very grateful. I think he will be reading them, so yeah, I'm grateful. Okay, we are on African ReVodution, Voodoo education, and we have a Deus Caritas. I say, okay, my question about the cowries are two. Are there different number of cowries, different methods? Yes, there are so many different numbers of cowries, and there are different methods. People even have the 16 cowrie divination, which I think the Yorubas call the Mary Dilogun, or the Dilogun. It is 16 cowries. When they throw them, they get answers and results. I have people from the northern part of Ghana and Burkina Faso who have maybe as many as 32 to 64 cowries that they just throw all down, and then they start to read from it. So for the cowrie divination, what we are teaching at African Magic Temple is mainly the Ewe cowrie divination. And we start with the normal 4 cowries, which most people and almost everybody can learn it because it's the easiest way. So you throw it, now all the 4 up, we call it Jogbe or Jogbe or Bemeji. That means we are calculating it in the Afa way. Or Alivu. The same 4 cowries up is Jogbe. Some people say Jongbe. We will say Alivu. Or we will say Bemeji. That's the same 4 when it comes up like this. So the 4 cowries is a basic way of learning divination. So that you can, if you throw it and 3 up, 3 down, 1 face up, it's telling you that it is no. When you throw it and it is the same 3 face down, 1 up is no. So that is one way of the 4 cowries. So basic thing: 2 up, 2 down, yes. 2 up, okay, 3 down, 1 up, no. This is how it is. But when we go into the class, then we teach the intricacies, how when they join and they do like this, then we explain more. But the 4 cowrie divination is very simple and easy to learn or to start beginning with. Then from there you go to the 7. So the 7 one, when you throw it like this, in this case we have a yes here, also 3 up, 4 down is a yes. And then here you have a what do you call it, a 6 down, 1 up. It's a yes, but it's telling a story in here because one of the cowries, I don't know whether they are seeing it. Can they see it? I don't know. It's not sure. Okay, I'm just because that's not the cowrie cry we are going through, but yes. So zoom it a little bit. So that one also tells a story here. When you see it this way, then it tells a story. Okay, let me bring it forward. And now it's not a cowrie class, so we haven't put all the necessary things to make it to show up because I didn't know that these questions will come. I think it's okay. Anybody wants to take the cowrie class, they can take. So the 4 cowries is easy for most people as a basic to start with. You start with 4. Then as you progress, you go to the 7 cowrie, which you can tell, like here it's a yes, and yeah, it's a yes here. Yeah, this is a no here. So that's 7 cowrie. And then the 8 cowrie, when you want to use the 8 cowrie, that means you are going to use it in the afar way. The afar way, each okpele or the kpele or the divination chain has 4 beads or the seeds that are used in making the afar divination chain. There are 4 on one line. So when it falls like this, that means you are using 8 cowries. So when it falls like this, it's falling in the afar way. You read from the right to the left, not from the left to the right, but you read from the right to the left when you are using the 8 cowries. So it will tell you that this in which way I have lined it up is like Bemeji. Then in Bemeji, you have to learn the story of Bemeji and what it means. So there are different ways of cowrie, but we are teaching basically the 4 cowries now, and we may be going into the 8 cowries. Some of you who have been given the cowries, 8 cowries, most of the people that the Senna and Pele have sent 8 cowries to are the people who were initiated into Tufa, and hoping that you may want to use it in 4 in one hand, 4 in another hand, and then drop them to see what you can do by following in the way of the Okpele. That's why they send. But those of you who have got 10 cowries, we have sent them to you with a mind that sometimes the cowries, you will not know what happened, but they will get missing. You will look for it, you will never find it. So even if you are only in the basic part of 4 cowrie divination, and you are given 8 or 10 cowries, it is only for you to keep in such a way that if one get missing, you can replace it, so you can have it for a very, very long time. There are times that your cowries will get missing. Then if you're having only 4, maybe one get missing in it, you can never do a divination again with that 3. You will not know how to read it. That's why I have sent to some people more cowries so that they can keep it just in case one gets missing or 2 get missing. You still have 4 in order to do your divination. Okay. And then Deus is lastly, are these cowries related to Afar or completely different? Thank you. There are cowries that we have sent to people, the 4 cowries, the 8 cowrie, the 7 cowrie, and the 10 cowries are all cowries that are charged. They are all embedded with certain herbs that the Ewes call talking herbs. And then special rituals was done on this cowrie so that they can communicate with you when you ask questions. So if you have more than 7 of the cowries and you are already initiated into Ifa or Afa, then you can use it in the Afa way. Otherwise, they are all just Voodoo, Ewe Vodu cowries, which can talk to you when you throw them. That's what it is. Thank you very much, Deus Caritas Est, for that question. And then we have Sila Ameji, my in-law, daughter-in-law. There's a happy birthday, Kofi. Wishing you all the best in life. Thank you. As a cheers to 18. Thank you very much, Sila, for that beautiful word for Kofi. Yeah. And then we have Vosa Sunday. Say good evening. Please, today's own is special. Thanks. Thank you to Togbi Vosa. Yeah, thank you. You know, it's a name of, you know, we have one soccer player called Vosa, but a lot of people did not know because he was speaking more of a tree. And then Akaminku, that one too. Akaminku also is an Ewe guy, but because the name looks, it's Akam, people didn't know they were all Ewe names. Akaminku and Vosa. Yeah, that's a beautiful name.
Isaac Vosa.
Isaac, well, yeah, because it's a beautiful Ewe name. Because see, probably the parents might have gone through a lot of challenges, or the grandparents might have gone through a lot of challenges, and then a child was born on that lineage. So they decide to give a name that it is out of the Vosa sacrifice. That's why this, and then it becomes a family name from that generation onwards. So maybe great-grandparents had gone through a lot of things before they were having children. That's what happened. Is he still playing?
Yes, please.
Wow.
He's playing with an international team.
Okay. That's a good team. So
Saudi Arabia.
Sunday, Vosa Sunday. Thank you.
Isaac Vosa.
I think that's the last question there.
Yes.
Okay. And then I think okay. Bring it. Tawiji Beza has something here to say.
That's
I think we are done with that.
yes.
Okay.
It's definitely TikTok.
Okay, we have something on TikTok again, and then we have a Gasiba. Okay, City is a thank you, Baba. You are knowledgeable and well-studied man. Peace and wellness to you. Thank you very much for that compliment. I'm very grateful. And we are all learned. I'm grateful for you. Yeah. And then we have Gasiba. Say, good evening, sir. I just can't go without the bangle, but I don't know what it does. Please. Oh, Gasiba, the bangle is a symbol of African Magic Temple and our patron deity, Tobe Jopata, in our shrine. But in this bangle or bracelet is called Chamba Ga, or Chamba People's Metal. People say that there's a voodoo called Mama Chamba, and they related it to it. But I am not very close to that voodoo. I've never had any communication or contact with such a voodoo. But I know the Chamba people. I grew up with a lot of Chamba people. And I know the Chamba tribe that lives in the northern part of Ghana and Togo and probably in Benin. The Chamba people are also very great spiritually. They are very great spiritualists. So our ancestors have adopted this bracelet from the Chamba people. So they call it Chambaga. It is not an original Ewe spiritual item. It came from the Chamba people, just like how Afa is coming from the Yorubas as in Ifa. The Ewe people have learned from so many people. You see this mirror called Abochi. It's also not originally an Ewe Vodu. That's why it is given the name of a Northern Hausa and Fulani people, being Abochi, which means friend in Hausa. So the Ewe people have also adopted this bracelet long, I don't know how many centuries. And so we call it Chambaga. All people, some people wear it for fashion. And some people also dedicated it to their deities. At African Magic Temple, the Togbe Jokpata, who is one of the patron deities of our shrine, decided that we should use this bracelet or bangle to represent him. And it goes through a whole lot of process of rituals to make it become the representation of the spirit Jopata. So that's what it is. And when you get initiated into that deity called Togbe Jopata, you get one of this. And because he told us what we can use to represent him, anybody who gets initiated into him should have one, so that he can link to them wherever they are in the world. That's what it is, Gasiba. Thank you. And then Gasiba said, how do I join the Kaori class? My father does consultation with it, but he won't teach me. Oh, that's not good. You can join the Kaori class. You go on ReVodution, Voodoo education, and you will see that they advertise, and they are now preparing for the next class. I don't know when the next class will be, but maybe very soon. So you can go on ReVodution, Voodoo education on Facebook and also Instagram, and you can ask questions. They will tell you how to join the class and when the class is about to start. I am going to be the one teaching, but they are the ones who handles the whole program. I am only a teacher in that program. Yeah. Thank you very much, Gasiba. And your father should actually teach you. You should kind of beg him to teach you. It is good to learn. When Gasiba says after he is gone, if the spirit chooses me, then they will teach me. Oh, it's not always like that. I couldn't kill it. It's not always like that. He can teach you because we are teaching. I'm teaching my children. I'm teaching my students. So why should your father not teach you and say until he is gone and spirits will come and teach you? Maybe you have to be nice to him, show commitment. Maybe he will teach you. Thank you. And then we have engineer Graham KG Wilberforce, a big 18 coffee. Yes, I remember when you were 18 at one time. So thank you very much, Konyo. Yeah, so you people, you should send messages to Kofi directly. Yeah, he will respond to you. I think I've been seeing on his Snapchat, and people are sending him messages for this. So yes, so I'm going to close today's section because I want to take Kofi out for dinner, and I will.
Our father always told us about Kunyuari, the Thai diviner who changed his life, when she divined for him and said, go back home. The spiritual path you're looking for is there. Everything she said came true, from vivid details about the house we would live in, the kind of children he would have, women he would marry, and his past as a Voodoo priest, all came to life. I met her for the first time when I was 10 years old. She read my palms and told me, you will become a spiritualist one day. At the time, I wasn't practicing Voodoo, so I was very excited. Years passed and we lost contact. But last year, we found her again through Facebook. Last year, my father also lost the Luangput talisman she made for him over 35 years ago, and I knew I had to go get it back. And so I booked the next flight to Thailand. 3 hours into the countryside with my Thai Ghanaian cousin Sam, we reached her shrine. She introduced us to Thai prayers, taught us how to honor their spirits properly, including how to dress for them, and led us through a sacred water ritual at her Payanak shrine. Payanak is is a water serpent deity with 9 heads that is one of the patron spirits of Thailand. I was so surprised to realize its similarities with Mami Wata in Ewe Vodu traditions. She showed us a ritual I'll never forget. We prayed, placed the bowls in the water, and she said, "Wait, the bowls will return to you." So I wasn't sure how that would be possible, but slowly the bowls started moving on their own, floating back to us. Even Kunyori surprised, all 50 bowls floated back to us. She told us it was a sign that Wampu and Payanak welcomed and accepted us. She also gave me a new talisman, one for my father and one for myself. And I was reminded yet again that spirit recognizes spirit wherever it may be.
This is Afa. Come to do a ritual. Kunyuari will do a ritual and then
For that fat to
we'll
talk well.
pray also.
Do you mind if I take notes on my phone while you talk?
Do anything. You can take notes, make videos, take pictures. Our shrine is a modern shrine. It's for that. Because you made me a call, actually now. Yeah, Voodoo. Because Kaba. You'll bring some later on.
What?
That's what I'm calling you for. So now that welcome official to our shrine. Right. First you greeting us. We accepting your greetings. I think your guide what to do and then guide you. We'll do that. And then it comes with children, which I think we have already achieved. Yeah, because they know what to do. Michael, oje Dawude na travel ne sara de na ba no amodo na ba no premium. Ya kwa habe.
My daughter and
You don't know ajo konuode.
not in English. It's a U which is curved in. A U curved in. But then we corrupt it by using W. So EWE. That's the language. Unfortunately, I speak the same language. So we are going to go into traditional
I will
greetings.
explain to you. Me always on.
You. Yes, welcome.
Okay, now I see it now.
You notice that with the handshake, he's moving from right to the left, not from left to right.
Yo, that was it for me. I say I do another pious. Pious, stop it. What job? My own job. Not the pay. What job? Mekram. I said the Toby a job. Oh, Nako a Bokor. Nako fa. Latam. This will not come over the book. Over my
Basically, he speaks through the linguist. So when I want to speak to him, I'll speak through the linguist. That's the tradition. And basically, he's saying, we have come, they are here in peace, and we have to stay in our mission. Before we do that, he has welcomed us, given us what we have to greet him. There's a purpose. So may I kindly ask him to be on your feet? So you just follow as I go.
You are welcome.
Yahweh, so that is we are welcome. And you respond, you.
You. Please sit down.
now permission of entry.
Please put the chip inside the phone and then you pound it.
Permission. Yes, we'll do that. But then you need first to seek permission of entry.
Permission first.
Yes, and that permission of entry comes with this. And watch the way I hold it. I didn't separate them. I hold it this way. It's symbolic of continuity of life. Life, two genders must come together, not separated. You have to document that. Very cuckoo, you are trainer Papa Noah. Those who want to record, please, you are free.
You can all be okay. Where they call
It's seeking of permission of entry. Now he has accepted it and has welcomed us.
First things first. I need to know your name. I need to know your mission. And then we can. Now, Mr. You're a student or student at sea.
Semester at sea.
Semester at sea. I'll be a chacha, culture. So, over the classroom, to me, culture. You come to learn something about our culture. You are interested in our culture. Okay, what way you are going? Ghana is a very big country, and we have I don't know how many tribes we have in Ghana. Maybe more than 200 different tribes. But then we are from the Ewe tribe. Our tribe extends from the eastern coast of Ghana to the western coast of Nigeria, which includes Ghana, Togo, Republic of Benin, and then the western coast of Nigeria. So the Ewe tribe is a big tribe, and then in Ghana we are because of the demarcation of colonialism, they have just cut without taking into consideration the culture of the people. Just cut it so we can what we are coming here to, what we do here, we are going to talk about what the Ewe tribe are. So now that you are here, the first and foremost we are going to do is gotten all this from you. Now we'll go outside and pray to the hitman. There is, I don't know how many of you have ever heard about Voodoo. Have you heard about Voodoo? How much do you know about Voodoo?
I think we all know about like the voodoo dolls, where like you like stab it and then like someone goes like, ow.
That's all that people know. That in Voodoo they stab somebody with some pain and the person is feeling pain. Yeah.
They like throw them down the stairs.
Yes. Okay. That the Voodoo works on mental power, psychic power, and it is being in harmony. Mostly herbs front teeth. Quite okay. Now the leg back one. And if you have any questions, ask me. Okay.
What's it mean when it's made? What are the big
That's her. That's
This treatment.
it's called in our Ewe language Amaka, which the big herb or the supreme herb. And some people call it Avenya. It's for boundary of land boundary when you are sharing, you and someone you are sharing a boundary. We use this to plant on the boundary. And it's the biggest or the highest herb for cleansing in. So we mash it in water and we use it to cleanse ourselves when we are approaching the spirits of the world. That's why you people travel from somewhere, whatever vibration you pick on the way, the waves that you pick on the way, we don't know. So when you come, you do cleansing before approaching the spirits. That's why. Any more questions?
Any questions?
Now I know where this is your Kenny. Yes, and then we start from here. Give me your names. Said.
Okay.
I'm Jenny.
You are this one. Yes. Please, can you speak a little bit loud?
I'm Jenny.
Jenny. Okay.
My name is Alexis.
Laxis. Okay. Am I pronouncing
that's
it?
fine. I'm Gabriella.
Gabriela. Are you Spanish?
Bella.
Bella. Okay.
Elisa.
Elisa.
Zoe.
Sawi. Sawi. I've not heard this name before.
Hannah.
Hannah. Wow.
Isa.
Isa.
Nina.
Lina.
Nina. And I
Nina.
Nina.
Nina. Okay. 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 Thank you very much for coming to the shrine, and we will just start straight away. As I said earlier, I'm Christopher, and this is Pa Kwesi, Eric, and he is Said.
Yeah. Nice photo.
We are the ones going to be responsible for you this morning. So first and foremost, Adojachive. From now onwards, now we go to the Legba. That's why I was asking about how much you know about Voodoo. In Voodoo, we have different gods. In Voodoo, we deal with nature spirits. The spirit of the sea, the spirit of the plant, the spirit of the mountain, the spirit of everything, the spirit of the forest. So we deal with nature spirits. Even though there is a belief that there is a supreme deity, but we also believe that the supreme deity works through all these natural nature spirits. It is a combination of all these natural or nature spirits that became separate, that this is good, that is bad. Hello? Said. Mauga supoli sa medwago, mauga kitikata medwago, mauga ese joto amejoto, ese nanu ame, ese tienu ame, womeno mebi, dokono mebi mebi anu dokono mebi ugbena, dokono mebi anu womeno mebi ugbe, ese nye popoli ko se la tapia, ese nyo ame nyo se gla me yo ora kikikikiki, eme yo she me ham fura sho, pete yo se mi fura sho, abraxas, me yo zi andre medwago, eme yo Tadri to evi mko uve soto kago do do ako eme yo mi ano so jie anyi du so kakachika bojadre na ala fa banya gbemi la bi nya gbemi jo hono ni me yo ra keke wenye anyi gba ma jo flo afokla anyi gba ma do adika wenye abri ma teku etega o me yo kind, but you were kind, only what kind, if what kind, what kind, trouble, what kind, and you were kind, if you are kind, and you are talking about kind. But if I remember, I had to look up if you have a sort of you, you know, how Babu walk up, work with you, Zambo, you will be your job, but John Aku. I forgot about the chicken for food, make video. You could quite for forming job with no baby. I will never try a mojo to and quite a play, you let them go to about your two so quick woman or the medical job, but I may have to do more about you need your patamia. Pata. Metro Mabendabo, if I believe in it. And I feel Jopata, Jopata, and yet the mayor of Singapore, you to tell me that they have very good Achima. But people don't know I let the government I go Sapata, I think you may probably a la Fia. A young man saying that I say, sit over the day. You are Fana Gonu, a fat woman, because people told us to remain that family. Your colleague, the Meji, you come to Meji, Ramedi, Lamedi, Lamedi, Samedi, coming to the Meji, you are 2 Lamedi, you are a Kemedi, you are Jimmy, Fumedi, but you take 2 Lameo, the mobility of what you know, the Bobading, oh, you have to pay Meliafi, Apato, Voncujovi, Amanya, Sinister, at sea students who. Over Madame Madame Kelly, but overfeed. If you make him over the Cultura, that way. Zinover and his role like no year, no public video, no way to allow no public element. You call no public element, no public element. Now, people are paying for group activity, or have to public, or then I see a people come back. If you know how bad it is, I can have a weapon. I made it. Just never very good. Questions about this places later. I will explain to you. I'm oh, I go. I felt Progodo as a Bajapo before. I feel you, I feel it, I feel you, I feel it, I see you, I feel it, I will look for no, and you know, for no, I see who am I? Am I? I see I'm a home and I feel it, I have blabber, I feel it, when you're judging any Fafane Valo, like Benevalo, Nanu, Nunamisia. Oh, my, you're saying a police that I feel. Say your time, your talk, send now, no, I'm a city and I'm a woman of a document, maybe. Woman of the baby and document, you when I document, you be a woman of your will. I pay you, your capelli, I pay you with that by Jacob. I pay you a picture, I pay you one of our own, assisting Kugamayo. I am a yo, a kind, but you look kind, whatever kind, what kind, what kind, what kind, and you are kind, if you are kind, and you are kind. I remember I had no lack of about to give you to have some of the you. I am in that combat or walk up what you. That will be a you're a job, but I job for Camel, chicken ball, who don't be able to put on the W. No matter I am a module. I'm quite a good needle with Thomas, the two of women of the Pelican, but I really like to Bomba job, the age of Patavia. Your Pata, Metro and Bedamo, and if I believe it, never your a very good for a cat of a one who I have a quadro, Jachifa, very wide. To maybe the gun out there, gun out there, but to me, your colleague, Bemeji, Yokumeji, Willie Meji, Dimeji, Loso Meji, Mulameji, Ablameji, Clameji, Gudameji, somebody coming to Pemeji, Tulameji, Temeji, Chemeji, Fumeji, Quality, Tulameo, Lagovida, I pay my book, but I bought you Sakakama to Ababia and Dogo, Okotokolidonko, or Kumaku, but Tomano, the show, Frantamani, Krabisinka, Mayo Coffee to Japaku, which are 2 coffee, which are coffee at Rameo, the Tobago Bato, the Babu do it to away with my as I pass. I did do hot or she know what or get it. That's in a famino. That better, Joe Grammy Jamie Gardini, a Garcia. Never me, I'm a As soon as start see students, you never feel it. Oh, look, see, I'm going to get you already. No, says now I'm like a carry worry. I'm going to bob now. Have I? I can't get him. Because, okay, me, they get me a couple club. You probably don't get them. Come now. Let's come this way.
Malole yo kuna kulo kwe malole yo kuna kulo kwe malole yo kuna
Kajua. Na nao bublumani. Como? Como pode ir?
aha amei Sules Sules de kojobo ije jogo
Mopaha, sinapa.
Aí, eu vou porque já que eu não me tubo. Tem esse boa agora. Aqui é tipo. Foi que tem aí. Foi que tem lá no Brasil.
Oh, I can take it from every angle.
I can take going around.
That's why even na me do na na ban kuma ne call me do no darkness me. I be feel like egbo me le. But ele clear.
Ku kan hia da re ju mo ba.
Okay. Papa Sulema.
le bobo la ko
Okay, fukmomi.
Kutuku to to gno plan hia. Kutuku to go le no plan hia. Amaya le jalo. Ale jalo. Zara le tia.
worojo na matoko to bwa bo
Ba no jano ba bu tare.
no matoko to bwa bo
Wafa. E poto. Eni a tu ge papa.
Apo yo me me wa po. Apo yo.
E yi chere nana.
E du abete ni yo
Shima, akima. Ele dra ingba ko le ka dia dui. Pa ni ha tum ho. Apa, moduru la ke ya na.
de tama
afadu awo. Yo ni yo. Me le record ni lo. Esi ke ko.
Stone ya lo pepe.
What dot ever? Red dot ever.
Elle record.
Red dot ever.
Elle record.
Me le record. Afadu awo tere apa nka etreka keji. Afadu yo me wi ade beteni. Yo to bring boy.
Ashi ho pokwe. Ashi ho yare ko mo ko boto. On ton screen I don't know how to
Ko den ama.
ya kabwa
Ede.
Afadu no ya de.
Ama wi afadu yo me wi ade ede.
so te da na ni
Tu
pe
stone pepe.
Ne me tu go bete ma tu si ko ni ko pepe ko pe.
so fa du te tele de kala ma pa
Ana be apo ira ro.
de tama de ma pa de kanti di
Olo apa.
ololo
Ko ya kan.
akanti e pa
Ayo wa tu.
Ko wa susu.
boye ko te di te ko na no tu no tu fa
Ni lo gede mala.
Ana ya ta tu ide.
na ko beri
Ni atu.
di te ko
Na kancho.
no ka kanti
Ni atu. Ba yo kom na bere. Na ba no ade ni abete ni mi no me. Me wa ba no de o ma ba no mo sare.
ya le ma ke
O ma ton mi ni tu.
Ko ta me be.
a be ma na
Ah.
me too, but I drink with it.
Chụp quay phẳng.
Tao mới tay tụi bay. Chỉ còn một chút cái mà tay đi. Mà tay là tụi bay một cái.
Banana boy down the qua. Banana boy down the qua. Boy down the culo, boy down the qua. Mito banana boy down the culo. Mito banana boy down the culo. Boy down the culo, boy down the qua. Boy down the culo, boy down the qua. Mito banana boy down the culo. Mito banana boy down the culo. Mito banana boy down the culo.
Oh, ago, Loto. Ago, I'm a water, promoter, Chevy. I'm a water, promoter, Chevy. I hold it to a horita hoiko. A top, that's all. And a top, a day, and home.
I love it. I don't know.
Everybody, Magala, show my new. Papa,
Egbere, Bokor, Tujire, Ewe Vodu, Tuji, Egbere, Awuhwere, Megale Nyekwe, Awuhwe Zutoni, Eyenye Tore ne Kale Chepe, Eyenye Tore ne Kale Chepe, Eyenye Tore ne Kale Chepe.
You make more go outside, you have to play 6,000. You gotta go buy French roadmans. Look at packet exam.
Akwe, Ivarugo, Kuyate, get your call, Abutiquera. Yeah, yeah, Abutiquera, or come on, Mati. Atupa go to Poha. Atupa. Ako ka sa ko ni. Yeah, doctor. Yeah, give me.
Yeah, I thought about.
Yeah.
Go back.
I'm a caju. Yeah, for you.
Look at it. Genial.
Yeah,
Lisa Zero, one coin.
Abo chica, cabo chica. Moyo, moyo fomo. Nyata paga, kamo jamu paga, moyo bochi, moyo me pete, koto goli moyo me. Tawa brado goli moyo. Moyo me fomo, tai huna goli moyo. Na tepe, amada tara goma nya papa. Obe, opre afo tujuo soso, ko na ho to leka. Kwa ha, kalba delogba. Aba furo. Yo bo, egbere, no ba wani. Na akwele sinai. Na emanako. Emi ba. O wena, e ko wona ma, yo wa gwen chamale. Ne, ta mo wore kuyo, mo wore doyo. Fona ma ni kweba ni amo, ma jejo, ni anto na kwede mana. Ke da bra ba, nyole manya. Ni nyare ko. Le vieux ko peut-être plorare. Divido parenti oba, na paronchi, o wala maloko. Afato antare. Ebi aka kanu la hware. Godo, no pa. Ana ajiri. Nenda kwa miano. Manya jine ja.
Jine tutu. Kokori. Oh, kokora ba ngala ko ya. Ni kwa han. Pago anyama gbema kwa dadora. O kwa sa ko tuklika ka de ko ne ko ni ko bo dada ni. Mo yo ke. Ya mo ya fo disa kara ka mo fa ba to ko hala man ta hala to se ko maga. O ko to go no ko na bro to ne ligra. E mo yo ka pa ka lo ga mo mo ju to mo ga do ga ga. Pa mo to mo ni ko lo ka gidi ni fo ba mo do ro no se. Ni me do mo ko ro. Ameka ya go ba mi ne ka to ta ta ga. Que toi le doigt mi manya à quoi de la guerre ni yo po papa me la menace et beaucoup de talonné beaucoup de monde on me bana papa e que ben ko mo le wa fa jama por ko no gbina ye ku to do to lu lo ko no ya wo mere ne mio à quoi da ba bio brillant tosia que ba no bo mi bare o me po me to ko mi ba no bo na no kure ni kan drande ko pitoro be be di bo ko to ri mi antia mi are bi mi yo ni manya wo de ko na ma ne ma wo no wo na we ne Bokor tu digli akoda na gbo vogbe mi ma mi papele papa pele akoda na gbe pele hono mi ba na de bosa hake wa bochiku na hose wa Bokor tu di ma bi oro ja wa no ro bochiku ngba na no ala
papa re toke papa ya ba toke egbe
fi na papa tuwa akoda na gbo lo
ne ponde wa do keke pona re ale bala de ntana
Bokor tu di ma bi o wa o to nya akoda na gbo lo amekwa ne baba igbeji ya nu ne o katan no yo igbeji anu ba me e be ba yo ta ne ba de ta de mi se
wa de ntana
ngoli ko pate abaya se ngoli pate yo mi yo bo to ameka gbe ya ila baya se Chikwe opete ya nyekana abenya se duare nema heke meko ya menya ketosa ato wa peke tole amo no ne anobani amo ko ne ngano le nyadomo amo ya mbawa oto basia Atita jena ke viono moro no jive non la wamire papare ya jimu non la baglo ne de kako onyo eze de kalu Mili piela, mi tochi intire. Yeah, mimi ole le ole yo papare. Una line ani ma line mi gatti kon. Yo, ago. Ahojodo, ahorota hoiko. Ahorota hoiko. I'm a better boy, papa. Yet to the boy, no, the other year. Yeah, the Yemiyota, I called that I believe the papa there. I bought you Peggy. Is that a job I'm going to get over? A day and and I can't Come Yago. Would you like well for me? A quick I'll tell you for everybody. Ducadia, who well. I keep it. I'm about a dog. Yes, turn like it. What did you tell me? I came here for to give it. I'm not yet.
Oh, I can take it from every angle.
I can take going around.
Anyway, I'm not doing another woman call me doing darkness. I bet you feel like a bromely. But clear.
Kukan ya dari juga.
Okay. Apa tu le?
Le bobo la ko.
Okay, fukmami.
Kutuku to togo no kla hihia. Kutuku togo le no kla hihia.
Ama ya le jalo. Ale jalo. Zara le tia.
Voodoo. Voodoo. Nama toko to kwa bo.
Ba no jano ba bu tare.
Nama toko to kwa bo.
Ofa. E poto. Eni ya tu ge papa.
Apa yo mete me wa po. Wa po yo.
O de e chere. Nana.
E du abete ni yo.
Akshima ele dran gba ko na ka ya dui pa ni ha tu ho apa o do la ke ya no
Tetama.
Tete afadu awo. Yo ni yo. Me le record ni lo. Esi ke ko.
Stone ya lo pepe.
What dot ever? Red dot ever.
Elle record.
Red dot ever.
Elle record.
Me le record. Afadu awo tere ya pa nka tere ka keji. Afadu ya mo wi ade bete ni. Yo tu bring boy.
Ashi ho ko ko. Ashi ya re ko mo ko bo. Don't screen it, I don't know how to
Ama.
Ya kaba.
Ede.
Afadu ya de.
Ama afadu ya de ede.
So, tena ni pele.
Nema tu va te ma tu si con quel pepe con quello.
So, fa du tetele le kala ma pala.
Anave afuera.
Deta no de ma pala. Ya kanti di.
Olo apa?
Olo.
Ya kan.
Akanti ya. Kwa.
Eu acho.
Vai acontecer. De tempo. No chifa.
Ni lo gede mala.
Não ya tá tu
Olha não cobre.
Minha tu.
De tempo.
Não cancho.
Não cancho.
Minha tu. Vai eu como na vele. Não não de minha bete nem meu nome. Me o abano de o abano mosare.
Eu não mate.
Uma tome muito.
Eu botar meu.
A dona Ana.
Ah.
O mito bete.
Andrea ko yeye.
Andrea ko.
Andrea ko.
Muito iredi.
Como eu fui para Andrea para isso. O nada não tem. É bom, Tô preparado.
Então, metade tudo. Se quando pepe que é metade. Metade tudo bem galo.
Aku. Tapi lo tak semua. Lo boleh kita aku ya toh nana kita toh nana benar. Oh,
mau beres. O Kofi to Javako, Javate Yapo Kora.
Kofi to Javako.
A Kofi Atra.
Kofi Atra.
Negative. Luca. A Kofi to Javako, to Kofi to her Kofi.
Kofi to Javako, to Kofi to her Kofi.
O Krati de Tebuabo. Nei. Kofi to Lemala Badona ko nei. Krati de Tebuabo. Kofi Atra. Lui, Nei, beta kuma.
Nei, beta kuma. Kofi to Javako.
Kofi to Javako, so Kofi. Ele kana. Nei. Kofi to Javako. O so Kofi.
Nei.
Ele. Kwela beya. Na baba sala, vai também viu ela. Ojo. Ele foi melhor kojo.
Ele manhã ele vai ser todo corta.
Não melhor com baba tabari ba.
Ele.
Aya.
De cama de cale.
Só galera daí.
Não só galera daí não.
Kofi to Javako.
O só jawe. Kofi tra. Nei. Kofi to Javako. Kofi tra. Kofi
Dilulango kwa etelega makwa ne bibaji dire.
Kofi to Javako. Krati de tebo ya. So amaya kedi datare kwale. Ta o pita sele. Jon kwale. Kali ngela makpa dire. Kon chaka maka kemai. Ngela. Oh, atibi.
Kofi to Javako.
Aku pun bol.
On parle ça du son.
Kofi to Javako, so kofi to he kofi. Kofi atira. Kofi atira lai. So kofi. Kofi. O mo dare. Asa to. Nei.
Kofi to Javako, to Kofi. Nazo. Nei.
Kofi to Javako, so kofi to he kofi. O krati de tebo moya. Nei. Kofi to. Kubi kuna. Madolinha, kubi kuna. Kojolinha, kubi kuna. Madolinha, kubi kuna. Kulo, kubi. Madolinha, kubi kuna. Kulo, kubi. Madolinha, kubi kuna.
Kaliwa. Nanao, Bublumani. Como? Como vou fazer
Amém. Sule. Sule de Kojobo. Ije jogo.
Mopaha, sinapa.
Vale, eu vou repetir. Já. Tem esse bloco agora. Aqui é a chica.
Moses Atama is a young boxer already being compared to the legendary Mike Tyson.
I love you, Mike.
Lightning-fast punches, devastating power, and a predatory fury in the ring. He obliterates opponents in just minutes. But the most impressive part, Atama has set his sights on breaking Tyson's record, aiming to become the youngest heavyweight champion in history. Will he succeed? Let's take a closer look. Moses Atama was born on December 28, 2004, in Slovakia, to a Nigerian father and a Slovakian mother. His early life was marked by encounters with racism, prompting his family to move to England in search of better opportunities. Settling in Chatham, Kent, Atama began his boxing journey at a young age, inspired by the legendary Prince Nassim Hamed.
I'd say my ring intelligence. Obviously, I've been boxing since I was 9, so yeah, I think what separates me from the other boys is my ring intelligence, my ring IQ.
Atama's amateur boxing career was nothing short of remarkable. He remained undefeated, winning several gold medals at the European and World Championships. His amateur record stood at 20-0 with 10 knockouts.
Some of the footage I managed to get hold of, which he doesn't know about, but you know, they got their head guards on, and I didn't realise at first who he was sparring with. When I knew it was, I thought, bloody hell.
In January 2023, Moses Atama signed with Frank Warren's Queensberry Promotions. Just a few weeks later, on January 28th, he made his professional debut in London in the heavyweight division. Atama quickly captured the attention of experts, showcasing his incredible potential. In his debut fight, he knocked out Czech fighter Marcel Bode in just 23 seconds.
The fact that his brothers lost tonight, this is the first big test of his professional defeat out, hasn't he? And look, what a start! What a start!
One left punch to the head was enough to send Bode to the canvas, proving Atama's destructive power.
Out, hasn't he? And look, what a start! What a start! He's a knockout machine as a junior amateur.
In his second fight, Atama faced experienced Mexican boxer Ramon Alberto Ibarra. However, all of Ibarra's skills were no match for Atama's overwhelming power and speed.
Here he is tonight looking for another.
In the 35th second of the first round, Atama unleashed a brutal combination, finishing with a right hook that sealed the deal.
Oh, what a shot! There he goes.
In his third professional bout, Atama faced his toughest test yet, the experienced Konstantin Dovbyshchenko.
2025 to be the youngest man to ever do it. Coming back with that straight left hand.
After crushing his first two opponents in just 58 seconds, Atama was now in a situation where he had to go the distance.
In there for the champion, Richie. And we've got to remember, there's a good shot left hand.
Despite Dovbyshchenko's 12 career losses, he was known for his endurance and had never been knocked out, making him the ideal opponent to challenge Atama's ability to go rounds.
Dovbyshchenko getting a little bit more ambitious.
This fight was a true test for the 18-year-old Atama, who continued to showcase his incredible power and technique, delivering powerful blows to both the head and body of his opponent.
On that back foot there.
However, Dovbyshchenko displayed remarkable resilience, absorbing all of Atama's hits and demonstrating surprising stamina and determination.
Tonight, haven't we? The shot there. Yeah, just made him screw up his legs against two men who came in to roll over. Dovbyshchenko's wanted to stand there and take it.
My job is getting to the ring and fighting whoever they put in front of me. Even if they said, like, tomorrow you're fighting King Kong, I'll be like, no problem.
Despite not securing an early victory, Atama demonstrated not only his physical attributes, but also his ability to adapt to challenging situations, which made this fight a valuable experience for his professional development. In his fourth fight, Moses Atama faced Argentine boxer Kevin Nicolas Espindola on July 29, 2023.
Future now, it's almost like he needs to get Italian, he needs to get angry in there. From the bombs that, he really does need.
Despite a short 3-month break, Atama entered the ring with the confidence that he would continue his unbeaten streak.
He goes.
Step back and create a little bit of distance and landed a good jab.
He's trying his best to keep the distance.
Espindola
It's okay now.
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So good afternoon, good morning, and good evening to you, our beautiful listeners and fans around the world. How are you all today? This is Bokor Christopher Voncujovi, and we are transmitting from Africa Magic Studios in Ghana. This Palm Sunday in my country, and I am wishing all our beautiful fans and listeners a happy Palm Sunday to our Christian brothers and sisters. Last week we celebrated Eid Mubarak. Today, that was Eid Mubarak was for Muslim, and today we are celebrating Palm Sunday for Christians. So happy Palm Sunday to you, my brothers and sisters in the Christian community. Thank you all very much for coming to today's program. I'm going to pour libation and then we'll take it from there. We are live on TikTok, we are live on Facebook, we are live on YouTube and on Telegram. Is it Clubhouse? Thank you very much. Okay. Oh, I go Mauga, Mauga Sobolisa Meduago, Mauga Kitikata Meduago, Mauga Se Meduago, Ese Joto Amejoto, Ese Nanu Ame, Ese Tenanu Ame, woman of heavy, docon of heavy, woman of heavy may be an docon of heavy, or Bena or docon of heavy may be an woman of heavy, or Bena, Ese Mayo Maga, Tenumolo, Dagweda Jima Yomido, Lamese Jima Yomido, Ungobe Jima Yomido. Ago, and let me have a ponulo, Yamayo. But you shall have for a shop, send me for a shop, Maduago. You are Braxas, Meosia, the Poduago, your tidrate of every Mokuna, Vesoto, Vesora, Cameo Maduago. Emayo, Mianos or Gia, and you do Kachicas, Bojadre, Miala Fabian and Blomila, Piven and Blodu, Holomayo, Rakakelo, when I am Bama, Joe Flora for playing Bamaduadica, when you have Mate Kulu. Etega. Oh, my, you are kind, but you are kind when you are kind, you are kind, so a kind, trouble, a kind, when you are kind, if you are kind, Mammy, Atawa gather a kind. Pelipa, remember, had a door lock of our manager if you told us something to you, Miami Nuda, Miami Hobao, Bow, Capua, Pomio, Zango, Miami Plevilla, Yoraka, Job Pata, Jomaku, a Focama Volamod, Chima, whatever they may be, Cocoa, Toller for me, Japanese or here. When you met I am all modu to unquarter when you live in Batovajo, two so play woman or Tapeka Jopata, really happy a Jovovajo, in Jopata of a fear. Jopata, Metrona, Mebeda Molo, Abifagbe, early dinner. Jopata, no, Ani, Afimia, Ajolo, Jopata, Jopata, and at the family or Mr. Boyd, traveling Tapakelities, Bolu, Ajima, or Bojukulo Doja, from common. Valentifa family over hello Jonah Pefu, Abu Sapate Mayo, Atigalimayo, Guru Lafia. Mayo Magasa Segija, Papa Session, the assistant of Gajeva. Mayo Brahini Mayo Bochi, Mayo, Befoli, Bofoli, Common Kagomanigo, creature Kumakom, and Natabanyo Kutu and a Fanamido. Mayo Tony Cospoco, Kubiano, and Mary Acosago, Kufonico Gadgetas in Yamosi, Fusi, Jam Cosa, Braco, Bramamani, Bojim, Batawina, Kukufi, Tabina Kubia, Mens, and Mamma, and Doria, and Bepecuno, Kutu and a Fanami. Your penny Celestina, Wakubia, Katrina, Kubia, for instance, California, Bena, Kubia, Kutu, and a Fanamilo. Yamayo, Miason, or watch church, Kubia, Cecilia, Bena, Catamens, Kutu, and a Fanami. I would not to give a cottage with you, Mayor, Kiniki has a point, Banasubaraguna, Kutu, and a Fanama. Yabaka, Daffy, so far, who are Buviba Facha, who know who love Vakbo, who know who like Bayan, Gataway Maze, Kutu, and a Fanami. We are talking Abraham Jiven Lechame. Tomi fiato Simon Kavila Benya see your Daniel Evie Pomarella Baro, Kutumanefana. Mayo Manga Koku Anatovi, and Gaima Kutumanefanalo, and Mayo Harrison, George Ajo, Kutumanefana, happy Akosa Baji, Mayo Azuma Komla, and Bovi, Kutumanefana, Gong. Dagweda, Jimmy Yomi, Lamassin, Jimmy Yomi, Mayo Trevi, Mayo Brahini, Gajivi, could be a baby, Poy Jimele, Wachunya Mungu ateshi mate mamate suru. Carpenter road to view pete kutumane fanani. Yo amochi sakrakame cho avave adogo kutokoli donko kunuma kwa number tobe wale acho franta mani fifini kwa bisinkra okufito jabaku ocho tua kuficho hen kufi atra kable meyomi tobe ahoba to mba vodu to ra ho mubanya za kwaza ni kunyo hoto koshino hoto kere ku meyomi ya plege de ma pesa koshino po echi ajemuno po echi ngoli von po echi tron von po echi chivi tahe medi e khere kere po khe pezaji yede peza agutobe de pezaji eta yede peza be yenyo wole pepe yora keke na halu onya tafe meyo kologo hoku che to be glimdo be pocho jima kwa beja na be kono kwa chine tune glimdo po na glimdo do na glimdo na glimdo ha be yenye ye pe na ga defuna mfika fi fola ku tu no dani po no dani be chipo no dani mali von anje von trovo no dani be yenye bonga meyo mi ora keke eme ya wudi ta fa mecha fa gben pe vi ada pe jaga ba godo vi me kwa cha godo uzma ha weto me sasalo be nu peta ma no abolo adru me yo mi ora dagbe ji me yo mi do me yo gogli ezi o to no pe me yo aklama me yo akla kunto si yo to me abla ku se de sugu me yo mi apeti la holivia po tu akpo he akpo me yo mi apete keke ye me yo do tagbe nyanya bele me fe na keke mi ba ha mi ano dagbe ji me yo mi le ala me se pala gbe ji me yo mi la fe ni me voodoo pete gojo na ha bo le lo nya ta fe me yo afa na go afa gbo ma jeso because pepe ta so le me da pa vidi me yo pali gbe meji eku meji woli meji di meji lo so meji ngoli meji abla meji akala meji guda meji sa meji kameji trupe meji tula meji lete meji che meji fu meji pale che tula me yo klabo vide come kwa tawa do bo to ba de ende ma poesia mama na mi lo ko mi were de blibolo de fiatone de gato go agora go di mi lo mama si sempre agbe di diro yo okay so thank you. I have finished praying, and the first thing I want to use today to say is happy Palm Sunday to all our Christian brothers and Christian sisters all over the world. Today is Palm Sunday, and the last Sunday before they killed Jesus Christ. So that's according to the Bible. Whether that is real or it's not real, I wasn't there. What we have read in the books is what we are talking about. And I want to use today to say Zil and Shamba are here on Clubhouse. Thank you both for being here, because Shamba and Sister Zil are here. Thank you. We are open. I want to use today to tell people who are aspiring or who have started to be on the spiritual path. The spiritual path is not like a pizza. It's not like a margarita pizza or any of the pizzas where you just put it inside oven and then within a short time it is cooked and you start to chop. Spiritual path is a path that you have to dedicate your whole life to, and it takes at least, when you start doing serious spirituality, it takes at least 10 years. At least 10 years before you will really understand what you are doing and you understand your navigation of the spirit field. It is not something that you can enter today and tomorrow things will start to come out and you start to be powerful. Give yourself at least 10 good years on a consistent learning and on a consistent learning journey where you are asking questions and you are getting answers and practicing and experimenting. Spirituality is not kakulo. It's not agbedi kakulo, whereby they just put it inside the oil and it just fry and then you start to eat it. It takes time. So if you don't have the patience for real spirituality, don't deceive yourself and don't get into it, because you will be thinking that it is once you go into it within 1 year, 1 month, 2 months, I'm not seeing anything, nothing is happening, and then you just come out. No, spirituality is not for the faint-hearted people. It is for people who really want to get there. It's just like going to a medical school. You go to medical school for maybe 4 years. Is it 4 years? 6, 7 years. You go to medical school for 7 years, and after that you do housemanship for another 2 or 3 years. That's about 10 years before you even become under some medical doctor that will be tutoring you slowly, until one day you become a perfect doctor. So spirituality is same. It is not easy thing that people think that when they see you and you are talking about spirituality, it is something that when they just jump in tomorrow or within a day or two, they get the result and they become a real spirituality. And it is because of this we have a lot of scammers around. For this reason, we are having a lot of scammers because they don't know that spirituality takes time for yourself to know yourself and for the spirit world to know you and to be able to deal with you. You can be introduced to the spirit world, but they will also be studying you, and already they know you, who you are, but they may be expecting that you may get better after you get introduction into the spirit world, which is called initiation. And slowly, they will be watching your actions and your commitment and everything before spirits will open their doors to you completely and accept you. By that time, they know you are a real person. And if you are not a real person, no matter how much you are trying to impress them, or it is not how much drink you brought to them or how many animals that you kill for spirits, your own nature is very, very important to be a good spiritualist. If your nature is not in accordance with the spirit's nature, the spirits you can be initiated into them, but they will just be watching you. So I want to let our sisters and brothers out there who are interested in spirituality to know that to really have control over nature or to be in harmony with nature, it takes time. Do you know even palm fruit, coconut tree self, when you grow it before coconut will come on top of it, at least it takes about 5 to 6 years before you see one coconut on the tree for you to pluck. And if you don't have patience, you say this tree is not bearing fruit, and you probably will cut it down. So the same way spirituality, because spirituality is a natural thing. It is not based on fake identity, imagination, and deceit. It's based on reality, truth, and experimentation. So those of you who are wanting to be spiritual guides for other people in the future, you should have it in your mind that it is not something that you are going to get it within 1 or 2 days. You become a great spiritualist and start promoting yourself as a spiritual person, and for other people to be consulting you. It takes time. So please have patience. It will come, but it is not one day's job. Thank you all very much for listening. Yes, so we are on, we will start with TikTok today. We have our sister Zeal Harris there. Is it laughing? What is that emoji? I don't know. Surprise? Happiness? Smile? Okay, that's okay. And we have our Bokor, Voodoo Bokor, Shamba Musa in America. They say good afternoon. Good afternoon, Bokor Shamba. How are you? Thank you very much. And I can see you people, you and Zeal are on Clubhouse as well. Thank you all very much. Yeah, move the cursor up and let's see. Then we have Zeal Harris again. Hello to all. Hello, Mr. Bokor. Is Clubhouse open live today? Yes, it is. The time that I started, the microphone wasn't on. That's why you didn't hear me, but I just opened the microphone. And then we have Togo V Officiel. sending us rose flower. Thank you very much, Togo V official. We are very grateful for Akpekaka. And then we have big sister Luna Nicole, a blessing Papa and AMT family. I'm grateful to join you all for today's session. I'm very grateful that you joined. How are you and how is your health? We have started doing part of your rituals for the new reading because it is very important. Those rituals should be done before you embark on what you want to embark on. So I have already started them. I think I've sent you part of the videos already. Thank you very much for being part of African Magic Temple's daily, weekly section, and also we are very happy to have this relationship with you. Thank you very much. And then big sister Zil Harrison, never mind, Clubhouse is now open. Yes, thank you very much. Then we have Kofi Vince. Say Ega never dagbe. Never, yes, of course, Ega is money. We all want it very seriously. It's not one man matter. That's why we are working. So Ega never dagbe, never good luck also should come, and then money should come. Thank you very much, Kofi Vince. And then we have Luna Nico said, Papa, what would be reasons why the oracle would deny anyone Afa initiation? I am not sure, and I can't say the reason why Afa would deny initiation, because you see, the Afa is an oracle of divination, the oracle of knowledge and wisdom, the oracle of seeing into the future, seeing into the past, and seeing into the present. So the oracle has its own reasons why it will deny certain people initiation. There are some times that Afa had denied someone initiation, about 2 different times. And one is the oracle that fell. And the oracle that fell was an oracle saying that if you initiate this particular person into Fa, at the end of the day, you and that person will become enemies. The person will do things, and if you try to correct the person will get angry or feel bad and then become an enemy. So it is not time for the person to be initiated. So again, after a year, the person asked the question again, and Afa said, yes, it is okay this time. The person can be initiated. So for us at African Magic Temple, and I believe with many Ewe Afa Bokors, before you want to get initiation, Afa will say yes or no, or prescribe a ritual that has to be done. I remember there was a lady who came to take Afa initiation, but during the initiation, we were told that if she is initiated, before the initiation, we did a reading, and we were told that if we go into the initiation shrine, there's a shrine that we initiate people at, that person, something bad will happen to the person at the time of initiation, and it could bring shame and everything to all of us, which we didn't know exactly what it was. So we did not, Afa gave us some rituals and ceremonies to do. We did all the ceremonies, and during the time of initiation, everything went on well. We are not Afa, we are only people who try to explain, to decode the codes that Afa brings to us. So I can't tell the reason why Afa deny certain people initiation. I think Afa knows why. Yeah. Well, it is the oracle that falls is what we talk about. We will not talk about imagination or stories. When the oracle falls, that this is it, that's what we try to decipher, to know the inside, to explain it, decode it in such a way that we can understand what Afa was trying to advise us on. Yes, so let's go on to other. I think the clubhouse, people have to do something about it because here, I don't know what's going on. It has gone this way, so let's see how you look at it. Okay, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay like this. Okay. You are inviting them. But they are there already. So that they can, if they want to ask a question. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So the microphone is being activated so that if Zeal or Bokor Shamba you want to ask question, you can go ahead and ask question. You send your hand up, right? Do they need to raise their hand or they just talk? Okay, you just talk and then we will listen. We have a she here. Say, Papa, I am looking to get married. How should I approach this? Okay, I will not use spirituality to advise you about marriage. If you are looking to get married, have you gotten the person who you want to marry? And if you have gotten the person that you want to marry, have you really studied the person that you want to marry? And is the person really willing to marry you? If yes, what is the aim of the person who is willing to marry you or whom you want to marry? There are certain times you will find a man or find a woman who you want to marry. You have interest in that person. Some people have interest to marry a person because the person is beautiful. Some people have interest to marry a person because the person has money. People have interest to marry a person because the person has a name. What are your interests? You must find out. Sometimes, especially in this part of the world, in Africa, we don't always marry because of love. Well, I want you to take that one seriously. We don't always marry because of love. Sometimes we marry because of economic hardship that a person is facing or a family is facing, and they think that, okay, if their daughter get married to someone who is better off or well-to-do, it will bring economic freedom to their house. That is the truth. Let's forget about what they call love. People marry, those people who marry for love are usually the person who has money already and is already rich, and he falls in love with someone who doesn't have money or is not in a good position. For the man, he is in love, but whether the woman is actually really in love is another question. So most of the time in our part of the world, not many people marry because of love. So you must know why you are marrying and what reason and what are your dreams when you get married. Marriage is not like a ballet shoe where you put your leg into it and when you dance finish, you remove it. No. Marriage is a commitment. And when you marry, for better, for worse, you must be inside. So you must know your aim and what really you are looking for in marriage. It's not because people say, oh, you are getting old, why won't you marry? Are they the one going to look after you and your partner in the marriage? So by listening to them now, people are putting pressure on me to marry. People are putting pressure on me to marry, and you marry. And you get into trouble tomorrow. Those same people are the one going to say, hey, we told you. Husband, they didn't tell you anything. So, you must know what you are looking for before you say you want to marry. So marriage is not a place for happiness, I must tell. Marriage is not a place where you go and get happiness. The happiness will only be during the courtship. And then after the courtship, that happiness does not exist anymore because the two of you begin to know each other and know all the bad things and the good things of each other. And some of the things will not be very palatable for you, and if you are not committed, you will want to run out. So if you want to marry, try to know the person you want to marry and see what the interest of such a person is. Because in most marriages in Africa, where a man who is in a better position than the lady, and the lady agrees to marry the man, it is mostly for economic. So you will see that demands of financial demands will be coming to pile up on you, the man. Very soon their mother is sick. Very soon their sister is sick. Very soon their grandfather has died and they need to bury the grandfather. You don't even know the grandfather, but you are forced to pay money to go and bury grandmother or grandfather. There are so many things that happen in marriage. So when you want to marry, you should be well prepared and know why you are marrying, not because people are putting pressure on you. And you must also know the interest of your partner, why that person agrees to marry you. Yeah. Because if tomorrow you are no more in the same position that she saw before or he saw before marrying you, do you think the marriage will still stand? No. Then you hear, I want to go home. I want to leave. I want to leave, because what she came for, she is not getting, or what he came for, he is not getting. So he will say they want to leave. And maybe by that time you have committed a lot of your resources and other things into that marriage already, and you two, you don't want to leave the marriage, and then a fight will break out between the two families. This is what happens. So if you are looking forward to get married, steady yourself, steady your partner, let your partner steady you. But that's the base. If the two of you think that you can live together, because when children come in and when the marriage is broken, you put pressure on the children, because it is not their fault for you people to bring them into the world, but you put pressure on them, and then they have to struggle. Most often, such children find it very difficult to attain success, because the trauma of the separation, even though they were not in the position to talk or say anything, the trauma disturbs them, and it becomes difficult for them to really become successful. Not that they cannot become successful. They can become successful, but they have to work harder than normal to become successful. Thank you very much, Shi, for that question. And then we have a riverbed. It's not like Indomie. Yes, of course. Marriage is not like Indomie. You reach there and they just fry for you. You come home and eat and enjoy. Marriage is hard. Thank you very much, riverbed. And then Big Sister and Luna Nicole say, Papa, would the denial of Afa initiation be permanent decision? No, it is never permanent. It is time. When time changes, Afa's decision will also change. It all depends on what Afa saw before saying no. I cannot see, I cannot know, but I can understand what Afa, when I do the reading and the oracle that has fallen and says no, then we will just follow what Afa said. It cannot be a permanent decision. It will, one day, definitely, it will change. Thank you very much. And then she said, not like a semo. Yeah, semolina is you put it inside hot water small, you can chop. Marriage is not like semo at all. And so the riverbed say it's not like beans and gari. Of course, you are all telling the truth. Marriage is a serious commitment. You know, these days people see a rich man, mostly men who are older and rich, or even if they are the same age, they have become successful. Look at these African footballers who are marrying these beautiful, super beautiful white girls. The whole time, the men thought, since the girls are all over them, these women love them, until it comes to say the girl wants half of their properties. Once they stay in the marriage for a few years and a baby or something comes, they initiate divorce, abuse. They say so many things that, oh, we are being abused and I'm not getting what I want from this marriage, I want to separate. And they will go to court that they want half of the properties of the man. So that alone tells you that the woman actually came in for the property. One thing I know about women is that they have patience. Even if it takes them 100 years to get what they want to get, they have patience. It's only men we don't have patience, then women giddy giddy. The woman knows why she's in the marriage. She's waiting for the right moment to strike. When the iron is hot, then you strike, bang, then it takes its own shape. So it is like that, because I don't think most men, when they divorce, they start asking that I want half of my wife's properties. Not most men will not do that. A lot of men will go with a sudden heart and be worried about the loss of this. But women, most women, their purpose is to grab something from the marriage and become their own. Sometimes they don't even ask, they take it by force. Yeah. So marriage is a serious commitment. So if you are planning to go into marriage, please look into it very well. I have been married for the past 33 years and I'm still in the marriage. So I know what I wanted, and I think I have gotten what I wanted. And my partner also, she knew what she wanted, and she has also gotten some part of it, maybe not total. Why I say so is that maybe my partner would have wanted me to be like an egg, so nobody touch me. I will always be there. But here I am, the people's man. But then I think we are both doing our best. We don't know the next 10, 20 years that is ahead of us. We cannot tell. But for the past 33 years, we have been together and around each other. It is not an easy thing. That's why I am trying to give this kind of advice, that when you are going into marriage, you must know what you want. And that is then, and then only can you survive when the storms come. Thank you very much, Shay and Riverbed. And then Shay at Riverbed is saying that it's not Shay laughing at Riverbed. And then Shay said, Papa, yes, hello. Yeah, we are talking from experience. We are not talking what is just happening. It is my own personal experience I'm talking about. So you should understand that I have been in it for some time. That's why when I see people marrying 1 or 2 years, somebody say, oh, I've been dating for 3 years, 2 years, 6 months now, and my boyfriend wants to leave me. I don't want him to leave me. 6 months, hey, you have not even started the fire yet. You have not started fire before even putting, you have not even put the firewood together yet before going to light the fire and then put a pot and fetch water and start cooking. No, you have not reached anywhere at all. But people will start complaining at 6 months. When you see that someone start complaining at 6 months, then you don't encourage them to continue living in the relationship, because it will not last. Yeah. Thank you very much, Shay. And then we have a Tima, 1, 2, 3, 4. Say, good evening, Papa. Can I join you? I'm from Ghana. Yes, once you are here, you have already joined us. That's what African Magic Temple is. There's no membership of African Magic Temple. African Magic Temple is open to everybody who is seeking knowledge. But there is nothing like I'm a member of African Magic Temple. It is when you are on our platform, you ask questions, we give you answers, and if you want something done for you, if it is within our circle of the things we do it for you. So that's how it is. African Magic does not have membership. Even me, who is the founder of the organization, I'm not a member. Yes, let's go on. My big sister Luna Nicole said, Papa, would the Afa initiation denial limit what one is able to learn about Afa? No, you cannot. You are not denied. If you have an access to learning things about Afa, you can learn about Fa. But see, the initiation, as I had always said, initiation is the introduction of you to Fa, connecting you to that energy, and that energy working through you and working for yourself and for people. So you can learn about Fa. There are so many books that are written about Fa, and a lot of people are not even initiated. And sometimes people who are even initiated, they say they have one hand of Fa. I read the other day from Baba Nathan Lugo that if you get only one hand of Fa, it is not an initiation. It is only a kind of a ebo or a ritual that is done for you because of a reading. But you need to, if you are completely initiated into Fa, you must have both hands, according to my understanding of what he wrote. But then a lot of people say, I have one hand of Fa, I have one hand. In every culture or in every Afa, we don't have anything called one hand of Afa. Once you are initiated in every Afa, you are initiated into Fa. It's not called one hand at all. But this one hand of Afa, I only heard it from the diaspora, where they say they give somebody one hand of Afa. We in every land, we have not heard about one hand of Afa. There are ways that a woman's Afa initiation is, and a man's Afa initiation also is. There are like two different things, but it is all initiation. There's a way they initiate women, and in our culture, we don't call it one hand of Fa. And there are ways also men or males are also initiated, and they too, they are not called, they have two hands of Fa. They are just saying they have been initiated into Fa. Yeah. Thank you. So it does not deny you from learning about Fa. There are so many books out there, especially books written by Nigerians from the origin of Fa. I don't read all books, so I cannot tell that all books are very perfect, but at least you can learn something from them. So you can learn about Afa even though you have not been initiated. But to become an Afa doer or have more direct connection with Afa, as the same as any other spirit, you need to be initiated into it. Thank you very much, big sister Luna. Thank you. And then we have a sword Africana. Is it sword Africana?
Yes.
And what is that? High Grand. High Grand. Hello, sword Africana. Thank you very much for joining. And then we have a Ik. Also saying, is it Ik?
Yes, please.
I think the light, I don't know whether it's light or what. Okay, Ik is saying hi. Thank you. And then we have Rose of Rose. Good evening, sir. Hello, Rose. How are you? Thank you very much. Good evening to you. And then we have Nana Frimpong say, yes, it's true. Thank you very much, Nana Frimpong. I hope you are fine and your family. Then we have D say, I worked with you before and the job never worked. Okay, D, if you had worked with me before the job never worked, it should have been your point that immediately when I work for you and you are not seeing result, you should have informed me. Because 99% of the people I work for, it works for them. And some come and say thank you. Some are yet to say thank you. So if I had worked with you before and it didn't work, you should have let me know that the work I did for you did not work. I am not God. I follow the directions of Afa. And everything that I do for people, I follow the directions of Afa. And if you had worked with me before, you will realize that I might have sent you videos of the work that I did for you. And the work that I did for you was not a joke. I might have gone from every stage that I was doing your work. I would have sent you all the videos. So if after doing the work and sending you the videos and it never worked for you, you should have let me know, because I am not God. I only follow the direction of the oracle. Whatever they told me to do for you, that's what I did. Then we have SOD, Sword Africana. I say most of us are victims, okay? Many people are victims of everything. So, victims of marriage, victims of whatever. There's so much scammers and scams around the world. I think I have spoken about this, that for almost about 13 to 15 years, I was chasing to have dwarfs that can come directly under my shrine and under my control. I've chased it for 15 good years, only to find out that it was my friend and his friends that team up to scam me. So it is things that happen in life like that. We are not exempted, but until you have your personal experience, you cannot tell about things that happen. You can only speculate. But when you have your personal experience, next time, when someone wants to do the same to you, or someone comes to you to seek advice, you know how to advise them. That's what life is all about. And then big sister Luna Nicholas, Papa, I felt a shift in my body 2 days ago, and the pain and the stiffness in my hips has lifted. Yes, I think we did your work 2 days ago. Today is Sunday. We did the work on Thursday. Yeah, we did another work for you on Thursday. So we pray that maybe it will help. Yeah, I have sent you the videos, so look at the videos, you will see. And then we have Dennis is saying wisdom. Thank you very much, Dennis. I'm grateful. And how are you and your family? Thank you very much. And then we have Sifas. Ewenam Cindy shared the video. Thank you very much, Ewenam. And then we have Sifas Sapasu. I salute you, great one. Thank you very much, Sifas. I'm grateful. Hope you are fine. I hope your family is doing well. And then Sifas Sapasu say, long time. Yes, Sifas, it's been a long time. We have a river by say, Adi, are you sure? No, maybe the person is sure, that's why he's saying so. For me to say that I have worked for you and it didn't work, I'm the first point to call back to tell me that the work I did for you did not work. Because if we are going to talk about the people we have worked for in this world, there are many. And then the lot of people that we are getting thanksgiving from are also many. So you may be the 1% that we probably did work for and it did not work. But that also would depend on whether what you were telling us was the truth and the reading was done for you. We work as we are being directed by Alpha. Then when Cindy said, good evening, boss. My regards to Vaughn. Thank you very much, when I'm Cindy. I'm grateful. And then we have Sifa Sapasu, great one, please. I want to ask the meaning of giving food to the land. Okay, there are people in every culture and in Akan culture, and I think also in Hindu culture as well as in Japanese culture. Those are cultures that I have actually interacted with very much. We feed the Mother Earth because we believe that the Mother Earth, which is the land, has a spirit. In Ewe, that spirit is called Anyigbato. And I think in Yoruba, it is called Babalu Aye. the father of the land. And in Akan, it is called Asase Ya. In Akan, the mother of the land, the spirit is a woman. But then in Yoruba, it is Anyigba, in Babaluaye, which means it's a man. In Ewe, it's called Anyigbato. Anyigbato can be a man, and maybe it could be also a woman. So when you feed the land, you are actually feeding the spirit of the land. But it is not like when you are eating food and you drop some food on the ground. That's what a lot of people do, thinking that they are actually feeding the land. No, to feed the land has a rituals that needed to be followed, and certain kind of words and prayers and incantation that needed to be said. Then the spirit of the land can accept what you are giving, but it's not like eating food and taking one from your bowl and just drop on the land, and then to you, you think you have fed the land. So I don't know which way you do by feeding the land, but the land has a spirit. In Ewe, it's called Tobe Anyigbato. Some people call it Sakbata. The Yorubas call it Babaluaye. The Akans call it Asaseya. And I think in Hinduism it's called Gaia. So that is what I know. So you may be able to do it, but if you want to feed, do consultation so that you know the proper way that Anyigbato or the land of the spirit will accept your gift. Thank you very much for that question, Sifas. And then we have Sifas Rapasu saying, like Anna Nududu Anyigba. Yes, that's what I'm saying. How to feed the mother F, or the spirit of the F. Tobe Anyigbato or Tobe Sakpata. There is a way to feed it. They'll have to know what it wants at that time that you want to feed it. It's not, spirits do not just take anything that you give them. You must ask them first that I want to feed you. Or if you do a reading, and in the reading that Anyigbato or Babaluaye or Asaseya appears that you should feed them, that means they wanted to open some door for you. But it is not like just cook food and say, oh, I have given you food. There's a process that they have to go through, and they will even ask Tobe Anyigbato that what does she want, or does she or he want from you? Then when you do give that, they accept. So that is how it is. And then Sister Ewenam Cindy at Shifas Jabasu is putting question mark there. Yes, we feed the earth, we feed the rivers, we feed mountains, we feed trees. That's what our nature is. The fact is that God is nature. Or should I rather say God is in nature. So if you want to see where God is, look at nature around you. Deal with nature. Because without nature, we are not here. If everything, rivers dry up, the trees die, and the grass and everything die away, do you think we can stay here? You can swallow 10 Bibles. You will not stay. You will die. But if you are able to maintain the earth, the sea, the rivers, the mountains, they will continue giving you food continuously, so you will not die. They'll give you air to breathe. But if you cut them all off and destroy them all, you will not last 24 hours. You will die. So nature is God, and God is nature. There is no old man sitting above the clouds called God. God is just here with us. So treat nature with respect. Yeah, that's what traditional people do. And the people who are religious, thinking that the traditionalists are worshipping trees and rivers and all this, and they are worshipping some man who sits beyond the clouds. Meanwhile, if you don't drink water, you will die. And the water comes from the F. If you don't eat food, you will die. And the food comes from the F, yet still you are not respecting the F or the land. You know, it's a stupidity in the highest form, but it is only clever people who will know that it is a stupidity. Anyway, thank you. And then big sister Nicole said, Papa, I watched the videos, but I don't understand what is being said. I know it was the ritual. Okay, because most of the things was done in Ewe language, because when we are doing rituals, we cannot use other languages. It's not very palatable on our tongue, so we use our local language, but it is all about feeding the Baba Legba with whatever they wanted us to use in feeding them for you. And then, of course, we did your ancestral feeding by using guinea fowl for your ancestral feeding. And then we fed Baba Legba with intestines of animal and all this thing. So that's all, basically that's what it is, because they are inside your reading, those are the things should be done. The first one, which is feeding of the ancestors, was the old reading. But the other one that was sent to Baba Legba was part of the new reading. And now you have the portal of death to be closed for you before you embark on what you want to do. Because they appeared and we were told that this thing has to be done for you immediately. Because the portal of death is open around you. And those are the things are part of the reading. So maybe language-wise, you may not understand, but if you hear your name being called in the listening, that means we are actually talking on your behalf and telling the spirits that you are the one we are doing the rituals for. Thank you very much. And then we have a user with so many plenty numbers saying good evening. Good evening to you, user 2586. 7563 05801. Good evening to you. Okay, let's move up small. And then we have our brother Sifas Chapasu again. Thank you so much, great one. Thank you too. And when I'm seeing this, how to feed the Anyibato. There are ways to feed Anyibato, so you need to approach a person who is a traditional spiritualist and a person who knows how to feed Anyingbato. It's not everybody who can feed Anyingbato. You go to the proper people and they'll help you. And then we have a J.R. Ankra. Say, Papa, can you talk about protection? What do you mean by protection? Protection are in different forms. What kind of protection are you talking about, J.R. Ankra? Please. Protection is protection. People protect themselves by gun. People protect themselves by affiliating themselves with a spirit. Some people protect themselves by wearing a talisman that was prepared according to some spirit. So what kind of protection are you talking about? Thank you, J.R. Kankra. And then we have Ewe Namsini. Please tap on the screen. Okay, what did they say? Is there anything to tap on the screen?
Let me check if okay.
Here, it's okay here. So,
sorry, I think she's talking about the like.
For people to like it. Okay, are you not liking in there? Okay, like their comments. Thank you very much, Ewena. And then we have K Ginga once. Greetings, Papa and AMT family. Thank you very much, Kadi. How are you? Thank you very much for joining today's section. And then we have Big Sister Aluna, because although I didn't understand the language of the ritual, Papa, I felt the power. Thank you very much, Big Sister. I'm grateful. Whatever we did on your behalf to change the situation that you are in. We are grateful. Okay, so now let's go to YouTube. Okay, on YouTube, we have Togbe Jigbezan Sissoko said greetings and good day, Papa. Bokor Enuledo. Enuledo. American Denanudo Bokor Jigbezan. Thank you. I hope you are doing well today. Yes, I am. And then we have Angela saying, is it Angela?
Yes.
Say greetings. Greetings. Do you know any reputable Bokor in Toronto, Canada? No, I don't have any Bokor that I know in America or in Canada. In America, we have Bokor Shamba Musa, but we don't. Tobe Jigbezan is also there in Maryland. They are the people I know in the US. I know that they are active Bokors. There are many other Bokors out there in the US and probably in Canada, but I don't know anybody. One thing with me is if I don't work with people and I don't know them directly, I will not introduce you to them because I don't want someone to say that, oh, it was you, it is through me that you got to know someone who may, at the end, not do a good job for you. And then I will be blamed or held liable. So I don't do things, I don't introduce people whom I don't know. So I don't have anyone in Canada who is Bokor that I can introduce you to. Angela, I am sorry. Thank you. So we are going to Facebook now. ReVodution, Voodoo, education. We have my in-law, Sila Ameji there. It is true, Papa. Broken home affects children in all aspects of their life. Yes, I know because I came from a broken home too. So I am very much aware of that. Thank you very much, Sila Ameji. How is my princess? I hope you both are well. Thank you very much. And then we have Sila Ameji say, good evening, Papa. I think this one came earlier. Good evening. How is Fanny? Believe everything is well with both of you. Then Sila Ameji, Papa, please. I think we think about what people will say more than thinking about ourselves. Yes, a lot of people worry about what others will be saying when you get married or you are not married. And because people are always trying to please other people, when it comes to a serious decision taking, they want to please other people to make other people happy instead of thinking about themselves and what will make themselves happy. But they are just thinking about other people and they follow in that suit. You know, in my case, my father actually, I don't know whether my father actually married my mother or he didn't marry my mother according to customs. But I believe strongly that the initial things that the Ewes do when a woman you are interested in and you are courting that woman and that woman gets pregnant for you, the family brings, the man's family brings certain drinks to the woman's family to let the woman's family know that their daughter who is pregnant, they are responsible for the pregnancy and they are ready to look after the pregnancy and to look after their daughter so that they should not be worried. That is our custom. And whether the daughter of that family and the man's family arrange that they should get married or not get married, that one depends on the two of the people who are in the relationship. If the man and the woman are in a relationship and the relationship is quite okay for the two of them to live in and they decide to marry, then they will now inform their families that they want to marry. And then the family of the woman will send a list to the man's family or to the man. The lady will get a list and give to the husband to be that these are the things my parents say you should bring for the marriage. But there are so many marriages that have lasted for ages without going through that second phase of marriage. But it depends on the man and the woman. And sometimes the day you marry, is from that day the fight begins, because other people who are not in the marriage will see you people as, oh, you people, you are so lucky, you are married, you have money, and then the evil eye gets into it and problem starts. And before you know, you two people who had been fine together will start holding clubs at each other, insult at each other, and the marriage that you thought that by marrying or doing the customary marriage will unite the two of you, rather became what will put the two of you away. Yeah, so marriage, to my understanding, it is the understanding of the two people who are inside the marriage, how to survive it, how to make it work. It's up to the two of them. That's the way. So my mother wasn't married, well, because there wasn't any, I've not heard from anybody, but I have been born. My junior sister was born, and I am alive. My junior sister passed on, but I am alive, and I am living the dream of my mother and living the dream of my father. So that's what I would say. So marriage is not an easy thing. Listening to many people is where the problem sometimes comes from. So we have to be very careful when listening to others. I have seen such in my own relationship, and it is not very easy. It is the children who suffer. So if the party that is keeping the children is not very strong to wave to stand the waves, to stand firm, then the children will definitely have a very difficulty. But even though you may be able to stand the waves and try to protect your children, sometimes your children still do not get, they surely have a problem. Okay, I'll do it. Your children will still have some things, because the part that they want the father to play, the father is not there. The part that they want the mother to play, the mother is not there. So they have challenges, and it really affects their success in life, unless they have to work extra hard in order to reach the top. So please pick Pascal's call. Tell her that she can come. Okay, so we have a South Africana. Say some of us are not born in our homelands before the parents. What direction should I get, please? You don't need to be born at home in your homeland before you can have a direction of spirituality. Spirituality is universal. So, and in today's world of technology, you can be in your home and work in another country. So it is again in spirituality. So if you should tell her. Okay. If you are in any part of the world, you can still access spirituality from your home country. You don't need to be born at home before accessing spirituality at all. It is your desire to learn and to excel in whatever you do that will tell what it is. It is not even the people, most people who are born even in this motherland or in their homeland are going to church, even though in their homes, in their families, they have deities and things that they have to address, but they left them and they are going to church. So it's not a question of not being born at home does changes anything. It doesn't change anything at all. Big Sister Luna Nicole is asking whether Bokor does Bokor Shamba do AFA or AMT initiation. Bokor Shamba has done both AFA and AMT initiation, and also he has done another stage in FA which we call Voodoo. He has also done that aspect whereby he can do sacrifices and everything, vosa for people, and it will work. Yeah, so Bokor Shamba is all in all. He is a Voodoo Bokor. He has done AMT, and he has done AFA, he has done AMT, and he has done again another stage in AFA. AFA is not just stagnant that you get only one initiation in AFA and that's all that there is. There are some other stages in AFA, and Bokor Shamba has already completed 2 stages already. Thank you, Big Sister Luna Nicole. And then we have JR Ankra say, Papa, I need a protection. How can I come in contact with you? I'm in Europe. We people who are talking with us on the platform, some of them, most of them are not here in Ghana. They are in Europe, in Americas, in Asia. We are working for them. We can prepare a protection talisman, or when we do a reading, whatever the oracle tells us to do for you to protect you, we can do it. You can be at the end of the universe. Once we are in contact with you, we can be able to assist and help you. Thank you very much. And then we have Mabina here. Move it. Mabina saying interesting. Yes, everything interesting, especially when it comes to relationship issues. You must know who you want to get in relationship with, and you must also, the person also must know you. It is that what makes a relationship to last, because if you don't know each other very well, you may only go in for the fun, and after the fires of lust are dead, then relationship is also dead. So you must know what the person who is you are trying to relate with, what the person wants. And you yourself must also know what you want in that relationship. You should never lose focus of what you want in that relationship. But if it is all based on material things, that I want money from this man, then it is actually not a real relationship, because at the end of the day, if that money is gone, the relationship is dead. But if you want peace of mind and you need you need a peace of mind and security in all forms, if that's what you are going in a relationship for, when you go into that relationship, you have to help to build that security, to build that wealth, then you can later enjoy it. But if you are just going in there to take money from the woman or to take money from the man, or if it is only just based on sex, and after the fire of sex is dead, then the relationship is dead. You must know what you want. That's why in a relationship, or in, in marriage at the church, they always say for better, for worse. What do they mean for better? It means when you people are in good times and life is smiling on you, both should enjoy it. And then when life becomes bitter and things are hard, you both must stand firm with one another. That's all that it is. Because you should all know that in this life, we have day and we have night. We have dry season, and also we have raining season. We have good times, and we also have bad times. these times are both like the left and the right hand, or the back and the front of your palm. So things change according to how you are moving your life and what things you are doing in your life to make your life a better one. When you lose focus of such, then in this case, when the bad or the night time comes, you are looking for a way out. But nothing comes continuously. It's nature. When rain is falling and rain is falling, the market women are complaining that this rain should stop so that we go to market to sell. But then the farmer is smiling because the rain is falling and his crops will grow well. Don't forget, the market women, they sell the things that the farmers produce. So when it gets to dry season and the rain is no more falling, the market women are enjoying their this. Then the farmer too is actually praying for rain to come. So nature is so beautiful that it gives time to everything. There is time for rain to fall, and there are times also for the dry season to come. So it is you as a human being who has to adjust yourself and know what to do within this time. So don't look at the bad times as evil, and don't look at the good times as if that is all that there is. When you are enjoying, also you should know that bad times will come, or time of sorrow will come. It is just natural. It is just knowing how to live in nature. That's why I always said that Voodoo is trying to live in harmony with nature. That is all that Voodoo is, how you can live in harmony in nature, because nature will come at its best and it will come at its worst. That's how it's been. That's how it is created. Whether you call it God made it or whoever made it, nobody knows. But nature continues to tell us that there is a daytime and there is nighttime. So these two times, you need to learn how to live in between. If there is day, you don't need light. But when you know that night is going to come, you prepare light that will give you light in the darkness. Is that not what it is? Yes, so that's what that life is. So, Mamina, that's what life is. Thank you for joining. And then we have Ewenam Sini. Say, please, are you in Ghana now? Yes, Ewenam. I live in Ghana. That's my home. And my telephone number and everything are on the screen. And then Agbevivi shared the African Magic Temple telephone number. And then we have Benson Waronia. Say, thank you for teaching African religion and enlightenment. Thank you also, Benson Waronia, for listening to us. I'm grateful. And then we have CT. Say, what are simple, safe practices for those far away and not initiated? CT, the simple, safe practices for those of you who are far away and not initiated is, first, ask your parents or your elders, your bigger brothers and sisters, what the names of your ancestors are on the paternal and on the maternal side. When I say ancestors, I'm not talking about Voodoos. I'm talking about the people whose blood are running in your veins. Your fathers, grandfathers, great-grandfathers, great-grand-aunties, uncles, nephews, nieces, on your paternal side as well as on your maternal side. That's the first thing. Once you know these names, even if it is just one or two single names, it is what you know, is what you use. The Ewe say that the stick that is in your hand, when you come across a snake, that's the very stick you will use to kill it. You cannot come across a snake that is confronting you and then you are now running to go and look for a stick. At least what you have in your hand is what you will use to either to suck the snake to leave you alone, Or if it can kill it, fine. If you cannot kill it, at least you use it to defend yourself. So whatever names of your ancestors that you have gotten are the names that you use. Put the air conditioner on, off, it's cold. It is the same names that you will use. And when you have those names, get a bowl of earth or sand or dirt, as Americans call it. Find a bowl, fetch any sand. It does not need to be a sea sand, just any sand or earth that you can get around. Okay, when you get them, when you wake up in the morning, if you are a person who doesn't touch alcohol, find water. Fetch water into a glass. Put this bowl somewhere in your bedroom or in your sitting room, wherever you think that it is safe for you, that no one will throw it away. You wake up in the morning, you take this water, pour it into a container. Then you pour into the bowl. You call in the names of your ancestors. If your ancestor is called Jagba Jalu, you say, Togbe Jagba Jalu, I call you, come and have a drink. If your grandmother is Jajaweja, come and have a drink to drink. I give you this. So you keep calling your ancestors their names and tell them that you have given them a drink. As you continue this practice for some time, you'll begin to notice that the things you want, the things you are trying to fight and acquire or do, doors will begin to open for you slowly. Because you are now calling your ancestors on whose shoulders you are standing as a human being today. Because without them, you are not here. Your father wouldn't have been here. Your mother wouldn't have been here. So by pouring libation to these ancestors, you are actually invoking them to come into your life and be part of your living, because you are the continuity of their life. So by inviting them, because they run in your veins already, so by inviting them, you begin to see changes in your life. So those of you who are in the diaspora, far away from home, these are simple techniques and tricks you have to start practicing to bring your ancestors close to you. And then you sometimes tell them the challenges you are having and how you want them to make your life a safe one. Thank you, CT, for that beautiful question. And then we have JR Ankara. Okay, Papa, any contact on WhatsApp is the same that we have just given you. It is on WhatsApp. You can get us on WhatsApp. Then Ewe Cindy is at JR Ankara. Check his profile. Yes, if you check our profile, you will find our numbers there. Thank you very much. Okay, we have Adroba Humble is following the host. Thank you, hello, Adroba. Thank you for joining. And then we have Ewenam sharing the live video, and easy to fix. Also follow the host. Ewenam Cindy say, okay, thanks. Thank you too. And then I think Ewenam put our number, the African Magic Temple number there. Thank you very much, Ewe. And then Ewenam say thanks to us. And then we have Ewenam say, I want to ask something, but I find it difficult to type, but it is very important for me that I don't know what you want to ask, but you can send, I don't know, maybe you need to call me and then ask me. But on the program, I don't usually receive call. But if you can go to Clubhouse, if you can load Clubhouse on your phone, you can talk directly to me on Clubhouse, and you can ask the question. Otherwise, you have to call me after the thing, then we can talk. And then CT was saying thank you, and thank you too for the question. Check African Magic Temple, let's see. Is that have we answered these ones? Not yet.
No, please.
Okay, so we are on African Magic Temple on Facebook now. We have DJ saying, good evening, Papa. Hello, DJ. Thank you. That's about an hour ago. Sorry. We were concentrating so much on TikTok. Sorry. And then DJ is between God and human. Who chooses a leader? It's a very beautiful and interesting question. Who is God? That's the point. When you say between God and human being, who chooses a leader? It could be any. Because supposing we are using Ewe cosmology as in what God is, it is human beings who will say, this is my God, and give a name to the God and start to work with that God. Because in every culture, they have what they call God. But then in every culture, we see nature as God, and we see the Voodoos or spirits of nature as God. And it is human beings who would decide that, okay, this tree, this river, I believe that there is a spirit in it, or maybe a certain kind of things would have happened, and then that shows that there is a spirit in this river. And then the human beings may do consultation to find out, and then they will follow. There are some part of every spirituality where a spirit or a God would choose to possess a person. In this case, you can see that you can say that it is the God or the spirit that is choosing the person to be in charge of it. So it is two ways: what you call God and what you don't call God. And DJ went on, I enjoyed the marriage advice. Oh, yes. I'm always advising my children about marriage. Yeah. So if you want to get into marriage, you must know these things very well. If you don't know them and you get into it, you become a victim. And then we have DJ said that Afa always summarizes a reading with Proverbs. Yes, definitely. Afa not even summarizes. Afa begins the reading with a proverb. Like this one, I'm a sormenye I'm not tall. Dumesivi menye amenoto sa trupe sa fa trupe dumesivi menye amenoto. That is the first proverb, which simply means you're married, your wife or your husband, your partner is not your sister, or your partner is not your brother. Your partner is not your family member. So when you are talking about who is your family, it is not your husband and it's not your wife. Because your wife came from a different family. Your husband also came from a different family. That's why dumesivi menye ameno to o. Because it came from another place to become part of you. But don't consider your wife as a family. That doesn't mean that you must maltreat her. You should also know that she or he was also looking for something before you met. So don't ever make a mistake that my wife is my family. Your wife is never your family, and your husband is never your family. You are friends who have decided to live together. Your child and your children are your family. So also is your child and children are your wife's family too. But your wife is not your family, your husband is not your family. So Afa give these proverbs. And so when someone comes to do a reading and the Safatrupe falls for the person, immediately we will know that there is a problem in the house between the husband and a wife. They have some challenges, but the wife or whoever came for the reading is not understanding that the wife or the husband is not his family. So he has to think and think well. Thank you, DJ, for that. And then DJ went, when pouring libation to your ancestors, can you hold the wine glass with any of their hands? Yes, you can. Some people pour libation with their right hand to their ancestors. And some people also pour libation with their left hand to their ancestors. But what I learned from my teachers is that I use the right hand to pour libation to the Vodus that I work with. The Vodus are not my ancestors. They are spirits that I acquire or spirits that were left for me from my ancestors. But the Vodus themselves are not my ancestors. So I don't call them ancestors. So when I pour a libation to them with my right hand, I change the glass to my left hand to call my ancestors. If you look at my videos all, you realize that always I use the right hand to call Vodus, and then I use the left hand to pray for ancestors. But then in some places, people use right hand for the ancestors and the Vodus. But what I was taught by my teacher is to use the left for the ancestors and use the right for the Vodus and the entities that I work with. So it depends on who is your teacher. But then that's what I have learned. Thank you very much, DJ, for that question. It's a very good question because a lot of people may want to ask that question, but maybe they don't know how to put it. Thank you. I think we are... Okay, we have Angela saying, thank you for answering my question. You are welcome, Angela. Angela said, does one have to be initiated in order to practice Voodoo? Everything in this world, if you want to practice it, you need to be introduced to it. If you are not introduced to it, you don't know what you are doing. The introduction is what is called initiation. So if you are not initiated into a particular Voodoo, how are you going to have connection with that Voodoo? Apart from your ancestors, which or who are in your DNA, any other Voodoo you want to work with, you need to be introduced to it. You don't need to be introduced to your ancestors because they are already running in your bloodstream. So you can pour libation to them. But if you want to deal with any Voodoo or want to pray to any Voodoo, you need to know how to pray to that Voodoo. And you need to be introduced to that Voodoo to be able to pray to that Voodoo. The introduction is what is called initiation. And Angela went to say, my father is Ewe, my mother is Ga, and I grew elsewhere. I don't speak Ewe at all, but I feel called to reconnect my ancestral spiritual lineages. Yes, there are so many people who are practicing Voodoo and they don't speak Ewe language. It depends on the teachers that are teaching them. I said recently, I even had a person who came from the Netherlands, but in reality, she is Iranian. She is practicing Voodoo and Afa. She doesn't speak the language. She's not a black person. But she is practicing and it is working for her. She visited me to do certain things that she has been seeing me in this kind of program, and she was able to come, and we did what we could do for her. So you don't need to speak Ewe language or any other language for that matter to practice traditional spirituality. It is by and by, when you continue practicing, you will get to know. But you need to be initiated or connected to the spiritual, or the spirit that you want to work with. There's so many people in America and in Cuba, in the diaspora, who have Yoruba ancestry in their blood. Most of them speak Yoruba. They learn it. And most of them, when they are initiated into Ifa, they are given Yoruba names. And they are very proud to have an African name given to them. And they are using it, and we know them by those names. It is only through official things that we will come to know their real names that were given to them at birth. And some of them can speak perfect Yoruba, and you will be surprised. So in life, it is your desire to learn whatever you are interested in, to learn it very well. And when you learn it, you can practice it. You don't need to come from that culture. I did not come from Japanese culture. It's only my wife that came from Japanese culture. My children are half Ewe, half Japanese, but they are tracing their ancestry in Japan, and they are doing spiritual things for the people there because they learn it and they have interest in it, and they are doing Ewe spirituality as well. They are mixed blood, but they are doing both. They don't speak perfect Ewe, but when it comes to spiritual language of Ewe, they understood. So in life, it is not that you are from that place or you're not from that place. They have taken you away from there. It is your interest that brings you closer to your lineage. So Angela, that is my take on your own. And then Angela said, what is the proper protocol for pouring libation? I had just spoken, knowing the names of your ancestors on both paternal and maternal. Take a liquid. If you don't touch alcohol, or you take a liquid and you pray and call their names and pour, listen to them and tell them about your challenges. You are their continuity. They will listen to you. And then Angela said, and how many drops? Please pardon my lack of knowledge. You can pour the whole bottle down. It doesn't matter. It is not a question of how many drops. We are not mathematicians here. Even if it is 1 drop for one ancestor, is fine. If you want to pour the whole bottle for one ancestor, it is up to you. If you want to pour 1 whole cup for one ancestor, it's up to you. It does not matter. If you watch some of our videos, even today's video that I have already demonstrated, so you can go and watch it again on YouTube, you will find and see how we pour libation. Thank you. Kofi. Me vai wo Avenya. Acho. Vai wo Avenya 777. Me akpola tea let me. This one you get the 7 leaves. 7. 7 leaves. 7. Make them 3 different 7 places. Okay. And then you go and look for dandelion. It's in the garden. You can find them in the open space there. It makes plenty. Some you can find at the back or whatever, if Kwame has not weeded them yet. And then yeah, okay. There's one more herb. That's Avenya. Then you brought this one already. Yeah, so people find it before it gets too late. Otherwise, the herbs don't like you to be plucking them at night. So people go and pluck them. And you know the hand that we use in plucking them. So you go and pluck them. And make it three different places or even 4 different places. So 7, 7, 7, 7 in 4 different sets. and put them down so that these people who are coming, I can prepare a herbal bath for them. Yeah. Thank you. When you are done, when they come, we'll tell them to buy the remaining item and bring. Yeah. Okay. Then we are back on TikTok. We have when Cindy said, I want to ask something about, but okay, I said you should either send it. If you can call me after the program and you can ask me, or you go on to Clubhouse. Let me see whether she is on Clubhouse already. Okay, she's not on Clubhouse here yet. So then CT saying thank you, and when I'm Cindy also saying thanks. And then we have Ruth Boachi. Hello, sister. How are you? Thank you. Say good evening, Papa. Good evening. How are you? It's been a while. How is your health? I hope everything is going on well with you. I haven't heard from you in a while. Thank you for coming on the program. Then we have Lollipop. Say, Chief, please, why is it that whenever I pour libation, things seem to be a bit tough? I cannot tell that when I don't know how you are pouring your libation, and I don't know why when you pour libation, your things get tough for you. But for you to be able to find out and know what's really going on in your life, I would recommend that you do a spiritual consultation to find out what is going on in your life. Because people pour libation because they want their life to be soft. But when you pour the libation, your life becomes tough. There is also a possibility that you are either very religious, and when you are doing it, you are not really into it. Because we were told by the white man who colonized us, pouring libation to our ancestors is not good. It's better we pour the libation or say prayer to those people who are not our ancestors. And that is very deeply buried in most Africans. So when they are even approaching their ancestors or their own bloodline, they are afraid, and they don't really go with their the knowledge or understanding of everything. So that's why. But then it will be advisable to do a spiritual consultation and find out what is going on. And then when I'm seeing it, please, if you don't know the name of your gods, how can you feed them or give them water? Your ancestors are not your gods. As I had already said, your ancestors are not your gods. Your ancestors are people who, or it's because of our old soldier, that's why he's making that. Your ancestors are people who you share the same DNA with. They are not gods. They are just human beings who had passed on your lineage. And if you don't know their name, ask your parents. And even if it is one or two people's name, pray to them. Thank you. And CT is saying, are there specific meditation practices in your practice? Or as in Buddhism, Africans don't do meditation. Meditation is not part of our culture. That's why when I see Africans sitting down and say they are meditating, sometimes I feel sorry for them. Our ancestors are not people who do meditation. We are not Buddhists, we are not Indians, and we are not Asians, we are Africans. We deal with nature directly. We deal with herbs. Even for people to be able to see and to hear, as you might have seen in the videos that were played on YouTube earlier. We don't do meditation. There are herbs that can be squeezed into your eyes, into your nose, into your faces, that will open your pituitary gland, and you can begin to see and hear. In Asia, you have to cross your leg and be repeating some mantra and saying this. We don't repeat mantras. We have words of power, which is also called, you can call them mantra. That if those words enter your ear, if somebody say you'll be mad, and you hear that word in your ear, you get mad immediately. That's why before they will give you those words to speak, you have to get initiated into the word so that the word doesn't affect yourself. There are words that we can say that you go into the bush, don't come back, and you start running like a mad person and enter bush. There are words someone can tell you and say, take cutlass and go and kill somebody. And your mind will be totally confused. You will take cutlass until you kill another human being. You will not be at peace unless, of course, someone comes and neutralize that power. So for us as Africans, we don't do meditation. It's not part of our culture. That's why all the Africans who are saying that they are practicing African spirituality and are sitting down and saying they are doing meditation, I'm sorry, most of you are just wasting your time. We don't do meditation in African. You can do meditation being a Hindu, do meditation being a Buddhist, but African traditional spirituality is not based on meditation. I'm sorry, but that's the truth. And then when I'm seeing this, please, I just sent you a message on WhatsApp. Okay, I'll get it and then after the program and communicate with you. You can make a voice audio and I will answer you. Thank you. I think we are done here. Which one is this one? Africa Magic Temple. Okay. You get 28. Okay, good. So separate them into. Okay, go and do that one and come. Okay, I think we have answered most questions here already. And then.
Mr. Bokor, this is Zil.
Hello, Zil. Yes. Please.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. How are you?
Well, I just came back from Salvador, Brazil, and I just want to plug it. And just every person who's really into Black consciousness and doesn't have a missionary mindset should love going to Salvador, Brazil.
Okay.
I mean, it was just, candomblé was everywhere. It was just, I mean, every tourist shop you went into, you could see iconographic images and souvenirs of candomblé represented.
Okay.
Every shop.
Okay.
And even like the way the people dress, like they wear certain colors for African orishas, like every day. And their candomblé has 3 branches, and Voodoo is one of them. It's called Jeje there.
Okay.
And so that was really interesting because they acknowledged like the 3 main regions that Africans were trafficked to in the slave trade. So the spiritual practice acknowledges those regions and also deities from those particular places.
Okay.
And incredible. It was just amazing to see murals all around the city to the orishas, and you know, the food really still had like strong connections to African food, the music, the dancing, the way that they're organized and how they resist European domination. It was just really, really, really one of the best trips I ever had. I mean, I feel like when I came to Accra and when I went to Abidjan, it was like I was doing something to repair history and I was doing it for the ancestors. But there were some things that I was really wanting to experience that were distinctly African. That I felt like those particular things I saw more of in Salvador than I did when I actually came to Africa.
No, that's good. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. That's why we say travel and see. When you travel, you meet different people, different things, and all these things. So I'm happy for you that you went there and you had these experiences. Yeah.
I have so much more to say, but it's just, I kept it really as short as I could. And I wanted to say one more thing. I did ask an honored elder about Orisha Nana, and I said, so I've heard that Orisha Nana originates with the Fawn in Dahomey, that she's from Dahomey. And I said, I also heard that here in Brazil, in a certain region, 2 hours away from the place I was visiting, that that's like her home base in Brazil. And my question to her was, why does she exist pretty much only in Brazil? Like, where did she come from? Where was her original home? What did she know about that? And this is a very, very honored elder. She's like a griot, so she's like almost like a high priestess. And so she said, to the best of her memory and the stories that she knew, that that Orisha Nana started in Ghana, which I was surprised to hear. And I have to go back and listen to what she said, because she was speaking in Portuguese and it was being translated to me. But said like the Anyi or the Anya, something like that. I would be surprised if it was actually the Anyi, because I have a friend who's from that ethnic group, but she lives in Abidjan, and I went to visit her. And so, but yeah, she talked about that a little bit, and she talked about so many things. She talked about the slave trade and like the war between the Oyo Kingdom and like Dahomey, and how people ended up in the slave trade and all kinds of things. But yeah, and a term that I learned. One last thing, a term that I learned there, which I would love to know more about, was something like assentimento or something. It basically means planting the deity, like planting a deity in a certain place.
Okay, I think the slave trade that had happened, the Atlantic slave trade that had happened, had actually taken a lot of knowledge of people who had knowledge about our culture, or because they were part of the culture, has taken them there. But then over the years, their language and the things they do got adulterated with European things. Yeah. But the word Nana, which is an Akan word, Nana is an Akan word for an elder, for a chief and an elder. That is how the Akans call their elders and chiefs Nana. So if the Orisha Nana, which probably if it is in Ghana, we will not call it Orisha, because the word Orisha is not our Ghanaian word. They will just call it Nana. But I think that one is maybe related to Nana Buruku, which is...
yes, it is.
Yes, Nana Buruku, which is one of the Akan spirits, but then some people say it is an Ewe spirit. I'm not very sure, but the Ewes do not use Nana for their elders. Oh, you just keep them right. The Ewes do not use Nana for their elders, unless, of course, if these Ewes have lived among the Akans, then they can use the word Nana. But the word Nana is mainly an Akan word for an elder. So maybe that's how that word ended up in that Brazil as a Nana Buruku, or this. That's how they call it. Of course, there's a deity called Nana Buruku. I have never really come in contact with it directly, but I've heard people using it. And when we also do the hunter spirits prayers, it is also in the hunter spirit prayer, so we also use the word Nana Buruku. But Nana is actually an Akan word from Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you too for
That's all I just wanted to share.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the experience, and we look forward to hearing more from you in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Zil. Is it ant? They are inside the trees.
But today I found like 3 already on me. This is a third one.
Oh, they came yesterday. They came through the bathroom, the guest bathroom. They came through there. So Semenfa came and collected a spray. Yeah. They may be coming from because of the rain start falling, and they came out of the ground. Okay, thank you very much, Sister Zil, for that beautiful. You kill it. You let it to be flying around. Okay, so we are on. We just shared Sister Zil just shared her experience in El Salvador in the South America and had a journey in Brazil and other things, and talking about Orisha Nana, which is
I just want to say it's Salvador, not El Salvador.
just Salvador, okay.
Bahia, Brazil.
In Salvador, in Brazil, okay.
Yes.
Okay. So El Salvador is a country on its own, but there's a Salvador. You know, in Salvador, in Brazil, my spiritual brother has a vegan shop there. He's a Ghanaian. We in Salvador, in Brazil, he has a what do they call it? Health food or health something in there. Something about health food. Here in Ghana, he call it health food Ghana, but then in Brazil, it's either health food Salvador or health food this thing. We were in training together in India. They were actually junior to me. Yeah. So, but he has the branch there. He goes every 6 months. He spends in Salvador, in Brazil, and come to Ghana and spend 6 months here. Yeah. That's interesting. Thank you. Okay, so we have on TikTok, say Big Sister Luna Nico, say thank you for your time and teachings today, Papa. I have to drive now, but we'll be listening. Thank you. And then we have Nicole at CT, and then we have Big Luna Nico, Big Sister Luna Nico. Have a blessed week, everyone. I look forward to joining you all for next week's session. Thank you very much, Big Sister, and we wish you a safe driving back to wherever you are going. And then CT was saying, have a good week. Yes, everybody have a good week. I think we are about 7 o'clock now, 7:20 now. So we will be closing today's section. Thank you all very much for being part of today's section. I am very grateful to you. And then we have on YouTube, and then Angela, I say, I appreciate you taking the time to answer. We'll contact you on phone number you provided. Thank you very much, Angela. May the ancestors continue to bless you all and guide you in the paths of knowledge and wisdom. I think we are done with all, so I can pour libation now. Yes, okay. Oh, ago, Maduago, Zitoma, you are Bochi Sakrakama, Chava, Adogo, Okotokoli, Donko, Kunumaku, Abanu, Tobe, Aleacho, O Fran Tamani, or Fifinin, Kumabisinkra, or Kufito Jabaku, or Chotua Kofi, Johan Kofi Atra, Cablet, Mayomi of Activity, Mayatowe, Hubatoma, Babo, to Voodoo, to Torahui, Yamilo, Yamayotawe, Glimdo, Pocho Jima, Beja, and Bokom, Chine, Waharaina, Gungu, Mayoklo, Hoko Chichia, Waharaina Milu, Yamayo Aklama. Anaha, mayo Voodoo petit program anahalu, mayo tawe tuji, Tonya Cosipoku, no ya Ameria Cosa Goku, Miokake, Miawe, Melelo, Gungu, Ahanami, Ayimba Majoflo, Ahana, Gungu, Dagberagbe. But seriously, Yana, I'm a simple ability, bring good health and long life to our cherished listeners and fans all over the world. Thank you.
Angela says she will contact you on the phone.
Yes, sure. I'll be expecting her phone call. Thank you. Yeah.